Why don't we take a trip, quick flight overseas? Somewhere you ain't never been and slide on something. It's got me wondering. Why don't we take a trip to the 513? Take a shot at the liquor and slide on something. And it's got me wondering. Why don't we quick trip to Miami and back, ayy. Down a party, let me know where it's at, ayy. Drop top off the coupe in the fast lane. Pull up to the club, pull up with, tell them valet. Off the tequila, we mixin' a drink up. Hit up your friends, we all get to link up. Only do sins, we all getting teed up. Back of the bands, we in the seat up. 5 ways on a B&B. Turn it off, leave the phones on a D&D. Good view with the scenery. And we all for the grid. Lost in it, why don't we take a trip, quick flight overseas? Somewhere you ain't never been and slide on something. It's got me wondering. Why don't we take a trip to the 513? Take a shot at the liquor and slide on something. And it's got me wondering. Why don't we slide on something? Why don't we? It's got me wondering. Why don't we? If I throw it at you, would you quarterback back? One too many, I'ma quarter past that. Got one roll, then you better pass that. 2 throat, I'm teed up, I mean it, that's facts. Why don't we get up out of here? Got your eyes on me, and let them interfere. Put it right on me. Go ahead, shop. Put your tide on me while I ride the wave. I'm wide awake. You know we gotta live in the moment, no time to waste. I know you wanna work to live and live to play. Forget that, live life, take a sip. Why don't we take a trip, quick flight overseas? Somewhere you ain't never been and slide on something. It's got me wondering. Why don't we take a trip to the 513? Take a shot at the liquor and slide on something. And it's got me wondering. Why don't we slide on something? Why don't we? It's got me wondering. Why don't we slide on something? Why don't we? It's got me wondering. Why don't we?
I've been putting in the mileage. I've been playing out of pocket. Yeah, been a while since I lost my shit. Crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. So wanna wait for love to change. As long as I'm ahead of yesterday. I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, took a lesson from the losses. While back, thought I was defeated. Lost track of my sense of being. I turned back just to catch a feeling. The cover up wasn't what I needed. So I look ahead and focus on the mindset. Just to wonder where the time went. In a rut, but I'm on the climb. I know it's time. I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, took a lesson from the losses. I don't wanna be a product of my caution. Yeah, I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it.
yeah. Shut it down. Roses are red, violets are blue, and so is the ocean too. You've been in my head, been in my bed, but my heart is far from you. I've been trying to swim to you, but it's deeper. My heart can't reach you deeper, but I just can't leave your side. I've been waiting some time for love, but I just can't seem to shake my bad luck off. Shake my bad luck off. Bad luck off. But I shake it off and go deeper. My heart can't reach deeper, but I just can't leave deeper. My heart can't reach deeper, but I just can't leave. You say you done, I say I done, but we still make up in the morning. You say this isn't love, this isn't us, but tell me what do you call it? See, I've been taking bruises, taking burns, still I choose you with lessons learned. I've been taking bruises, taking burns, still I choose you. The tables turn on our side. I've been waiting some time for love, but I just can't seem to shake my bad luck off. Shake my bad luck off. Bad luck off. But I shake it off and go deeper. My heart can't reach deeper, but I just can't leave deeper. My heart can't reach deeper, but I just can't leave your side. Just can't leave your side. Leave your side. Can't leave your side. Oh yeah.
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely.
Tell me, baby, who better for you? Writing for a page, letters for you. She can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it higher. We can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing. You look better on me.
Want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What'd you say? Hey, let's run away. Hey, tell me where you stay. Hey, hey, on your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse it. Why you throwing that back? I catch, let's face it.
Oh man, oh wait. A little shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely.
the game, that's big facts. Two-seater when I slide, yeah, you know I do. She wanna vibe just to see how I move, and if she touch, better grip that, grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
So you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say, babe? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. Move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse. Yeah, why you doing that bad? I guess let's face it.
See, it's been pretty fun, but it ain't been fun, and it ain't been pretty. I say it's been pretty fun, but it ain't been fun, and you're pretty unpretty. You know good, I'm gone. When I'm done, get your feel out someone else, 'cause I can be petty too. It's pretty unpretty.
I laugh through the pain till I look like a clown. Smeared eyes and tears I drown. Can't stand the pain. It's like I don't know the sound of a red flag waving when a red flag's waving. So lose my number. Yeah, delete my name like we never happened. Yeah, you could numb my pain, 'cause to you I'm someone you wish you could have had. It was good, then it's gone. Now it's all bad, bad.
I'd say it's been pretty fun, but it ain't been fun, and it ain't been pretty. I'd say it's been pretty fun, but it ain't been fun, and you're pretty unpretty. You know good, I'm gone. When I'm done, get your feel off someone else, 'cause I can be petty too.
I laugh through the pain till I look like a clown. Smeared eyes and tears I drown. Can't stand the pain. It's like I don't know the sound of a red flag waving when a red flag's waving. So lose my number. Yeah, delete my name like we never happened. Yeah, you could numb my pain, 'cause to you I'm someone you wish you could have had. It was good, then it's gone. Now it's all bad, bad.
I'd say it's been pretty fun, but it ain't been fun, and it ain't been pretty. I'd say it's been pretty fun, but it ain't been fun, and you're pretty unpretty. You know good, I'm gone. When I'm done, get your feel off someone else, 'cause I can be petty too.
If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Gotta be in first place, second's just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
I can see it on your face.
Oh yeah, came up on a tech, got a lot of friends now. It's funny how they switching up. Came up on a tech, all of a sudden they been down. It's funny how they switching up. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. When you get some money, they gon' always want you close. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. They gon' wanna act like they was with you when you broke. If you want it all, gotta risk it. Finally got my chance, couldn't miss it. Used to walk around like a misfit. Now my fit clean and my wrist sweat. Yeah, I remember working nights with my homie on my side. We was praying, hoping things get better. I've been steady on the grind, now it's money on the line. Calling, telling me you good forever. Hey, came up on a check, got a lot of friends now. It's funny how they switching up. Came up on a check, all of a sudden they been down. It's funny how they switching up. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. When you get some money, they gon' always want you close. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. They gon' wanna act like they was with you when you broke. Came through, I pulled up in something new. Now they won't tell me they coming soon. It's been like 10 years of silence. How you gon' tell me you riding? I remember working nights with my homie on my side. We was praying, hoping things get better. I've been steady on the grind, now it's money on the line. Calling, telling me you good forever. Hey, came up on a check, got a lot of friends now. It's funny how they switching up. Came up on a check, all of a sudden they been down. It's funny how they switching up. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. When you get some money, they gon' always want you close. You already know, yeah, just how it goes. They gon' wanna act like they was with you when you broke.
Brother, take the win. Take the win, take the win, take the win. Rings on my knuckles, sunlight, let it clean. I cannot realize how you I cannot make amends. Make it how they pop out and they brother, take the win.
Big ticket item, I'm the one that they will see. I don't know about the will do's or the will be's. I don't need a once was, they misunderstood me. When I told them giants in the room is where I could be. And I should be, I will, and I am now. Looking at that kid like I turned into a cash cow. I don't need a lesson on the business cause you cashed out. You a light bulb, I'm a flame,
Brother,
you
take the
flashed
win.
out.
Take the win, take the win, take the win. Rings on my knuckles, sunlight, let it clean. I cannot realize how you I cannot.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is another day here at Clash of Nations. And again, once again, my name is Asurai. With me now is Daks, and we are nearing the finish line, man. 2 days to go before we crown our representative for the Southeast Asia Closed Qualifier.
Brother, I haven't even said anything yet and you already started laughing. Why do you always anticipate something from me?
I'm just happy, that we get to cast some good Valorant once again. We saw some marvelous matches yesterday. Some I would classify it as upsets, as well as some interesting turnabouts from the two series that we've seen again from yesterday.
Yeah, it's more about maximizing that potential. And by the way, nice hat. I guess because now
I couldn't wear it, if they were still playing. So this is just
Don't worry,
represent a little bit.
It's like that song in Titanic, My Heart Will Go On. Asurai is now the new representation of NAS moving forward. But in any case, and that's honestly one of the points we kind of want to make right now, right? Is because we finally saw Trying Our Best maximize the potential that we expect from them. With Crazy Guy in, everything feels like it's a lot more set, a lot more structured. Coming into the lower bracket, the stakes were higher than the upper bracket. They were less daring to do, I'd say, some questionable things from time to time, play to their strengths that we saw when they were in the BOOM Esports roster, with Crazy Guys still being in it, by the way. And it just goes to show how strong Trying Our Best can really be. And on the other hand, Boom, they just keep the status quo. They effectively dominate their opponent. They show that this is why we have retooled, restructured our team, and as of right now, I'm very excited for that upcoming rematch that we will get today.
Oh, absolutely. We didn't see, I believe, Retla play yesterday as well for Trying Our Best. It was Styron, as well as Crazy Guy and Zan that was playing there. Anyways, we'll talk about that a little bit more later as we are looking quickly into the tournament format. You know how it is already, guys. We got ourselves our open qualifiers that is open for Thailand as well as Southeast Asia. Now we're here at the closed qualifiers for Southeast Asia, where we have 4 open qualifier teams and 4 invited teams. Only one will be able to go to the offline main event, and that is going to be happening later on this month. Well, they'll be able to face off against the Thai qualifiers as well as the invited team that is going to be Talent Esports.
Yeah, and I think what we should be talking about right now, Asurai, is the fact that right after the SEA qualifier ends, it's the Thai qualifiers that have 2 slots to fill in the remaining main event positions. But of course, a prize pool, 1 million Thai baht up for grabs once you get to that main event. 600,000 Thai baht for our champions. First runner-up gets 250,000, 100,000 for our second runner-up, and 50K for the third runner-up. But just by being there, you're in the money. And I have to cue it. Where's our conversions, Asurai?
Oh yeah, easy conversion here. Actually, I want to now double check everything. How much? So 600,000 baht is equivalent to $16,000. But how much is 250,000 baht? It is equivalent to. Is this right? Wait, I'm losing 1-0. It is equivalent to $7,000. So again, there is still that good prize pool that we have here for the teams still alive, still participating. And speaking of teams that are still participating, we have right now the final 4 for the Southeast Asia qualifier. Still on the undefeated list, we have Fancy United and Oasis Gaming. So that's Vietnam versus Philippines for later on. We have, of course, the upcoming match. I believe this is the one we're going to be starting with, which is Trying Our Best versus Boom.
Yeah, and Singapore versus Indonesia. Yet again, we've seen it multiple times in this bracket alone. And I'm honestly very excited to see what Trying Our Best can bring out versus Boom right now. You can see the roster. You got Redley, you got Neff, you got Crazy Guy, you got San, you got Juicy, and of course Styron. Our only active real 6-man rotation right now for this roster. We've also noticed that Crazy Guy, his presence has been so very much felt in this squad. And the stats don't lie. I believe right now, between Crazy Guy as well as Juicy, they have 2 of the top 3 ACS in the tournament so far. They've been absolutely impactful at the roles that we've been playing. You gotta give big props to Sant as well, who stepped up on that duelist role when he got back his form in their last series. So Trying Our Best, they're looking their best right now.
Absolutely. It's just a wake-up, a call back to the form that we knew that they can be at. And speaking of being back on form, BOOM Esports absolutely flooring almost all of the competition that they have faced against up until they got knocked down to that lower bracket. But lo and behold, they were still able to beat out quite convincingly their matchup for yesterday, which was Pandemonium, one of the fastest we've seen for quite a while here. I think they have the first 13-1 in this tournament of ours. In any case, again, Berserk's famous. We already all know all of these names, but I would really, really want to point out Moria, who has been such a stellar Omen, one of the big Omen players that we've had here in this entire tournament as well.
Well, the first one was their opponents at 13-1 by trying our best towards Naos. But you make a good point, because Boom, they effectively say we can do that too. We can dominate our opposition. My eyes are on NC Slasher as well. So strong on the flash roll. He's been impeccable at setting things up for Berserks, for Famous especially. And Famous has been also having a good tournament. So it really feels like right now, in coming down to the clutch, Boom is a big factor in those tense moments. That 1v3 from Famous right there on Breeze B sites. It is unforgettable. The stats also don't lie for the side of Boom. The top one, the top two most clutch players so far are Famous and Berserks. So it just really feels like that they're the ones who can handle themselves at a moment's notice.
Absolutely. So that's going to be quite an interesting fact here as well, because both teams feel like they have that microaggression up to a certain point. They're able to engage in these kind of fights, be able to figure out quite well what the positioning is for them, and it just is a testament to how well they understand again, the offense of the opponent, aggression and everything, and then being able to play off of that with your teammate just shows how well versed these teams have been playing with each other for such a long time. So that being said, it is going to be again a big question here, because I did say yesterday before we went and ended the stream, is Boom going to be prepared right now for Trying Our Best, who seems to have woken up? They started, with just a not so stellar performance when they lost to Boom, and now that they're going to be coming in with this revenge match, they look even better here, Daks. So Boom's got to be prepared.
And I'm looking at the previous matchup right now. It was 13-2 twice. It doesn't feel like it's honestly one of those kind of results that you can just take on paper. And with our bans now, Sunset, Lotus gonna be gone. Trying Our Best, removing one of Boom's map picks away. We've seen how strong Lotus has been for Boom all throughout, and they say, okay, sure, they got 1 3-site map, we go to the other. We're moving into Haven, split picked up though by Trying Our Best, so maybe Ascent will be further down the line here, Asurai.
Going to be something that Trying Our Best is willing to fight. I was just about to ask that. It looks like that's going to be a definite no. So Breeze is going to be our decider here, which actually I feel works pretty well for both of the teams. We saw how well Trying Our Best was just incredibly solid with how they performed there when we saw them against Naos. Naos just did not know what to do in that situation. When Breeze was brought out, Zan was a big factor there. So I think if we get to a game number 3, this is going to be quite the interesting conclusion to the series.
And Boom picking Haven up also means this is the one map that they didn't get to play against Trying Our Best the first time around. So they want to show it off and actually look to just play the same way that we expected them. So you look for Boom Esports, you go for Famous, going for those kind of holds. Berserks just able to find maybe lurk potential as well as holding down those kind of sites. And I'm honestly curious to see what the game plan is moving forward, because Breeze really is such a contending point here, Asurai, where both sides played it yesterday, both sides won it, but it felt like for Boom Esports, they had a better handle at popping off with the utility. Trying Our Best, on the other hand, they had a better handle with the angles, but both sides can just play each other's games. Like, there's always a counter argument. Boom was playing far back to actually play those angles. You always can rely on players like Crazy Guy to hit that utility when it counts for Trying Our Best. And it just feels to me it can get really evened up once we go down the line.
It is going to at least boil down as well to just how well these players just know how to create that tempo elsewhere on the map. We saw a lot of, I think, really strong lurk plays here from Trying Our Best as well. We saw, we were mentioning about the Breeze map that we saw yesterday from this particular team. Crazy Guy was just holding mid by himself, able to get 1 to 2 picks as their opponents. Now Esports was peeking out of the double doors, and that's one of the biggest things I think that they were able to utilize against Naos here. Having that mid presence, never really hyper focusing on one location. And it also shows again when they were playing, again, referencing to the Niles match with on Lotus, where you'd see them just kind of feeling out the position of each and every site, see where it goes, and then they can just go back and forth. And this ducking and weaving for Trying Our Best has been one of their strongest points because it keeps the opponent guessing, especially if that opponent is on the defending side. They never can really have a full grasp of the offense and the rotation that Trying Your Best has.
Yeah, their contact points are quite a menace, to say the least. And one thing I've noticed also is for BOOM Esports, my only concern probably for the first two maps are they lost these two maps to Fancy United. It's the reason why they're in the lower bracket in the first place. And I'd love to see what kind of adjustments they have right now because of that result. Will we change things up in terms of the composition? I feel not. It's probably just going to be some of those micro adjustments, especially now that they know Trying Our Best has the tape on them.
Ooh, that's going to be quite the question too. Another big one would probably be the matchup that we'll be seeing between, well, Juicy as well as Famous. Again, the very standard duelist versus duelist, but it is for fair reason. Juicy has been one of those big factors here for Trying Our Best. Zan as well has been picking up the slack. Famous, at least for the past couple of days as well, I felt like he wasn't the biggest factor here for the team, or maybe I'm just kind of spitballing things. It feels like if his teammate can't really set up that properly for him, he does tend to struggle in terms of the position. He feels like he gets a little bit stuck, and maybe because of this could be a point of contention for Juicy or for Zan, who's going to be looking for that frag, who's going to be trying to again one up the duelist of the BOOM Esports roster.
I mean, the 1v3 may maybe say something about that. But all in all, this is where for BOOM Esports, they just want to repeat the history that they've done already against Trying Our Best, right? Reestablish the orders they've made, make sure that they make it to the next round of the lower bracket, get into the lower bracket finals, and face off whoever loses between Fancy United and Oasis Gaming. And Try Your Best. You gotta wonder, with this squad, what is their stake in this tournament? Oh, of course, it's very obvious. They want to get to the main event. They want to play for the pricing. They want to win that championship. That's what every team wants to do. But you look, on the other hand, at the players that they have. Crazy Guy, he still would bleed, so he's going to be playing the Pacific League very, very soon. But the likes of everyone else, you got to wonder, Juicy Neff, will they have a little bit of another team in the downtime while they're doing their NS? You look, of course, at Styron. You look, of course, at Retla. You look, of course, at San. This is where they can really raise their stock. And I'd love to see the players of Try Your Best make a great case for themselves, and especially say that they're ready to play in the higher echelons of SEA.
Well, there's still, again, this tournament ongoing. There's still a couple more tournaments down the line during the offseason that they can join. What are we right now? November? So I think there's still one going to be happening sometime after this Clash of Nations. So definitely there is that time for them to kind of increase that stock a whole lot more here for Trying Our Best. And to be honest, I feel like this particular tournament as well, they've kind of proven that already to a certain degree. So if they have any prospects of trying to join another team here, or make an organization pick up this roster that doesn't have Crazy Guy, I think they still have a very good case of making that happen for themselves, as you mentioned, with everybody just trying to look for an opportunity here while they're still doing their NS. I'm getting a quick update here, guys, that we are still waiting for one of the players to get prepared into this game. Of course, we don't want any more hiccups as we start the match. Do apologize for that. I mean, again, probably chat's gonna just wild and say caster start the game. If we had like a red button here that we can just like press, that would be amazing, but we do not, so we just have to wait till the production does it themselves.
What if we had the button like that? I think we'd kind of ruin a few tournaments if we did so.
Oh yeah,
we press there's like a
here or something.
If there's a caster button that starts the game automatically, and then we load in and you guys see it's like a 5v4, and you'd be like, what's going on? Oh, it's because we started the game without one of the players. So it just goes to show we're kind of just putting on the show here.
We don't want to abuse the power
We don't even have any power. We're here to sit, talk about the game,
Powerless.
be at the mercy of everything from prod to chat and whatnot. It's a living. But in any case, I am honestly excited for Split, especially coming into this map pool, because I do feel like this is where we really started to see Trying Our Best become the team that they are right now in the lower bracket. This was their map, I believe, versus Dominatus, that we did see them, well, dominate, especially on the defending side. They usually run the double initiator alongside that single Astra, and you know who's good for it. It's always going to be Crazy Guy. How many times do we have to say it? The fault lines are impeccable. The stuns and the stalls, the swings with the flashes. He has just really become the player of the tournament right now in terms of sudden impact to the roster, and that's not surprising. That's the same thing he basically did when he joined Bleed. You can even go back to old history when he joined that Nigma Galaxy roster. So overall, it just feels like that he's one of those key players to always watch out for. But we're gonna go into the present. We're gonna go into Haven. We finally found the start button, and you can see already Juicy versus Famous is on the cards.
Who's missing here from... okay, so no Retla gonna be playing for Trying Our Best, while Boom, on the other hand... of course, they just have the 5-man roster, but looking how they kind of separate themselves, Berserks is going to be on the KJ once again. Nothing really out of the ordinary here for Boom Esports. Similar with Trying Our Best, it's the same composition on both teams. So again, it's that mirror match that does get the most frustrating, I would say. Because usually once you get a full mirror match, it kind of turns into... a mental game where if you start not being able to counter out your opponent and they're starting to bully you out, makes you feel like your utility usage isn't as well used, clear cut as the opposing team, and that's when maybe one of these two can start feeling that that pressure.
Yeah, and Boom, it's pretty much a tried and tested fanfare. Go for the flash, you get NC Slasher. Chiro gonna be on the Sova. Moria has been so solid onto the Omen, but my eyes still always lead the Trying Our Best and the Bleed 3. Juicy, Crazy Guy, Neff on their signature roles. You have the Breach for Neff. You have the Sova for Crazy Guy. You know as soon as a flash comes on in, there's a jet darting at you. So this is going to be all about that execution here for Trying Our Best. On the other hand, for Boom Esports, it's time for them to show that they can handle any pressure now and show that they have this semblance of leadership in this roster as well to keep everything calm when it gets chaotic.
True, but I mean, there was, at least if we're putting out examples here, there is that chaotic team that was actually able to beat Boom, and and that's the reason why they're here in the lower bracket. Fancy United Esports is a team that I think just confuddled Boom a whole lot more. Maybe it's because of the heroics here of Yes I Can. Maybe it's the switch up that we've been seeing for this Fancy United roster. And maybe that's something. So if you're looking at a more standardized compare against Boom, they're going to be more well-versed. We'll see how that happens as we are about to start our pistol here and now.
Yeah, it's time for us to get going yet again. 2 matches for you folks. 2 days left in the SEA qualifiers. This is one of them. And we will see one team eliminated in this series alone. It's time for Boom Esports, though, to branch out and move into the garage. Styron gonna be backing on away the fault line, though, providing pressure. And with this opening, Boom Esports gets the site. Look at the lurk. It's found out already here by Trying Our Best.
Yeah, but Killjoy, rather Berserks, will have to just keep pushing through Beef. Doesn't want to get hit by the 3-man rotation here from the defenders. Neff's going to be himself on spawn, and Boom not wasting any time to press their advantage, knowing that the lurk is oncoming here, using that numbers, again, to just the betterment of them. 4 versus 2. The last 2 remaining players of Trying Our Best now clearing the site, but Boom not even going to touch it as they are corralling around the rest of the map.
He's already as they get on site. Crazy Guy, Sander trying to get away with this one, and it's checked by Moria at the last second. Moria, that was just a blitzkrieg from him. Gets in there, gets 2, and the 3K to end up the round. The pistol goes Boom's favor.
Wow. Thought it was just going to be a straight defuse here for trying our best, but not gonna happen. Gets immediately countered by Moria, as you mentioned, times it perfectly with the peek through the smoke, jumping like a madman just to ensure that his initial contact through that cover does not get easily counteracted by trying our best. Now, speaking of the team, double push here on A-Long once again. Juicy's just going to be going for the coverage right now. Spots out the recon dart. They know he's there. Primes up the shot with the Sheriff. Can he find some value? Force a dash away while his teammate is already pretty low. Famous, though, almost gets decapitated if he wasn't careful.
I mean, they're into the site now. Famous finding Crazy Guy. And it leads to falling for trying our best. Boom Esports, though. Anti-Eco is the go. Neff still gets one for his, at least, efforts. But Boom Esports, this is akin to what we saw all the way on the first day of Clash of Nations Asurai. A fast start on the first half, and you look at the numbers from that previous matchup. 12-0 the first time around, 10-2 on the second. On that first half, Boom just runs away with momentum early on. Can they do so yet again?
Well, it seems like the feel very locked and loaded in these past couple of rounds. Again, just using that high from yesterday and surfing with it, and it feels pretty solid. Nothing really left to the imagination. It's very smooth, and it looks like they're having no trouble at all to get points of interest around the map. Bit of contact play there on A main as they try to work their May on mid, but then Juicy's just so prepared for that swing. NC Slasher, though, at least trades it up. They can at least be a little bit more free from the terrors of the duelist.
At least there's less entry potential here from Boom. We've seen how multiple times in the past few rounds that you'd see the fault line. Famous would try to barrel in from that point on, and it really dislodged trying our best multiple times in those early engagements. So here, I agree with you, Asurai. Boom right now. They're gonna struggle to try to get in there, but struggles are alleviated as San is caught on out. Styron also might be found here, but he wins the gunfight versus Shiro. Well done by Styron to make it 3v3.
Do they have any post plan? Actually, not even the plan just yet. Aftershock gonna deny just a little bit through here for NC Slasher.
30 seconds
You can see his teammates kind of stuck in that mix where they're trying to save NC Slasher while at the same time posing themselves for the post. NC Slasher's like 5 HP. He's gonna get cleared up very quickly here by Styron. Moria, might have to actually assist Berserk's here, but Berserk's doing fine. He's got the Guardian in hand. Spots out one coming closer, taps it down. One-way smoke makes it very impossible for Styron to even try to do something. Try to step just to make him flinch a little bit. He tries to defuse that once again, and he's still at the one-way mercy of the smoke. Can actually even happen here. Trying to challenge in, and this is pretty damn doable. Berserks so close for that swing. Styron denied. Berserks. There was a timer clocking in his head, man, and he perfectly executed.
He's a genius with the guard gen. The way I see it, Berserks is gonna be the folly of trying our best moving forward. If Juicy is gone after trading versus Famous, Berserks is that primary threat to look around the server right now. And with 5 kills to his name, he just keeps Boom Esports and their pain train rolling. That was already such a good chance for trying our best. They got Styron to win out towards Garage, remove the lurk from the equation, get NC Slasher away from the site. But again, Berserks, he delivers versus trying our best. Speaking of now, it's time to knock on towards C. Sans here though, waiting with the ghost. Surprises NC Slasher, at least a pick comes his way. But Famous lets it rip, tears apart 2. C's there to take again.
Man, Famous basically cleaning up house here. Moria repositions. Any flank from the any flank coming in from their spawn? Absolutely not. It's a straight shot here. Crazy Guy just runs amok with the Sheriff. But that's all gonna be for that is everything else cleaned up perfectly, beautifully here by Boom Esports.
Yeah, Boom Esports. Overall, it's just fast plays into fast momentum. Keep on trying our best, guess what's going on, and then just shock them by how immediate the response is anyway. And it just goes to show though, Famous is one of the most important entry fraggers right now. in this whole tournament. The way I see it, looking at some of those numbers, Asurai, he has the second most first kills right now, only below Ja, who's not in the tournament anymore, so he can easily overtake that number right here, right now.
Bring in those numbers. They talk about how Famous might have been struggling possibly to create that tempo by himself, but I was sorely mistaken as he gets another one onto Crazy Guy. Not even done just yet. Moria feels it out, actually pushes through the spawn. And that's not a lot of damage that Trying Our Best can even do here. Operator in the hands of Juicy. He's going to have a very difficult time trying to save this if he can. Moria's trying to scan him out if it is even possible. Excuse me. Wait, smoke! But Juicy finds Moria as it drops down. And Juicy trying to run away. Does he know? Is he aware? Is he cautious enough to check every piece of angle available? He had the idea, but it was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, the timing was just known by Juicy, but Famous again is unrelenting. He gets in there to catch out Crazy Guy of all people, and usually Crazy Guy is the one trying to go for that setup later on into the round, get the initial intel, help out, especially coming into post plant with the shock dart lineups that he knows and loves on this map. But how can you dart when you are dead? It's been the case for Boom right now over and over and over again. Send Famous to go kill so quickly that it's already Trying Our Best lacking on the utility department.
I think it's just, again, Boom being so quick to go for this default. How many times have they actually gone for that C site? So many times already. Ripping out the Hunter's Fury for a bit of that coverage. And again, no one feeling confident enough here for Trying Our Best to go for that flank at all. It's always on that spawn, always on that garage angle. And this might not be the best right now as they are struggling to find control in these parts.
Yeah, it's just the same old story courtesy of Boom. And this was what I was talking about a while ago, Asurai. The first half is where Boom truly shines versus Trying Our Best. And Trying Our Best, what can they even do now to look to find the answer? Juicy needs to go explosive in some of these rounds. With the Blade Storm kept at bay, he's thinking about the do I dare even peek. Only has a stinger in hand anyway. Goes for the good sass, but Moria already had his number from the flank. Boom Esports, they have just been so convincing again and again when it comes down to the execution. And that's been the story of their tournament so far. Only Fancy has found an answer. We're Trying Our Best do the same later on.
I don't know if it's a lack of flash or just, again, Trying Our Best, trying to do things one by one. The initial contact's just not really working out for them. You're absolutely right. Look at the kills here for Trying Our Best. Very, very minimal. Styron at 3 is the highest that they can muster up until this point. Trying Our Best, they have a trick up their sleeves. With all of these round losses, they've built themselves up a good ult economy, as well as, of course, that loss bonus going to allow them to keep using these numbers. The flash is going to at least make Juicy go look the other direction. And snipes down Famous. An opportunity here for Trying Our Best.
Yeah, and just mastery from Juicy in that scenario. Again, he just knows the timings of what he can and cannot get away with. And he caught out Famous before the Rolling Thunder came his way. So it's an ultimate already burnt by Boom. They make their way towards A though, but the response is clear from Trying Our Best. Lockdown is a go. Spikes and gets planted. And, well, this is going to be enough of a lineup from Shiro. Drop down though from Nep. It caught out by Berserk early on. It is. It's going to be good. And Shiro, he gets the goalpost going again. But Crazy Guy is still dueling out to the side. 3v2 though. NC Slasher is found. Everything left to Berserk. But what a tap through the smoke. Crazy Guy. This man just knows. And finally, Trying Our Best will get a round now.
That readjustment for Juicy is just what Boom, or rather, excuse me, Trying Our Best needed. Being able to shut down Famous, who has been getting such quick control on the back of the C site, has been a bane here, a thorn for Trying Our Best in terms of just defending the site and overall retaking it, as he's just been holding that back site in such a great fashion. So having that operator from Juicy shut it down, step in the right direction. And then you have that glorious retake here from Trying Our Best, even though there was that shock dart lineup that we saw from Shiro here. Still is solid performance right now for Trying Our Best, but numbers still low with that 1-6.
Yeah, and guys, just a quick little announce it, PSA kind of thing. Remember, we're doing lower bracket first, then the upper bracket later on between Fancy and Oasis. Stay tuned for that one. Famous though, now even gonna get hit through the wall. And that's 2 now here, Asurai. 2 times in this game. Famous shut down before Boom. Can't get the execution that they would like. And this throws such a big wrench into the plans of Boom Esports. They're trying to see if some of the lurks can actually get value. There's a smoke also towards lobby to try and fake some intel perhaps. Provide some cover. But beyond that, trying our best. This is a good handle on the defense so far.
Yeah, from the looks of things, set their sights on that C site. A lockdown early from Berserks or just a dry contact for the moment. This could actually be perfect because both of the players on Trying Our Best is hovered somewhere on the back of the C site. If they can get a little bit close enough, maybe they can get the trades to secure it for the moment. Styron still
left.
holding here. Berserk's unaware. Moria gets caught. Berserk's is down.
remaining.
And one more to go. Can Shiro even manage? Okay, he does get the first one. He's got to have to go for the cross. There's no smoke to allow him to do so. There's 2 players looking straight at him. And that's Trying Our Best securing another round.
Yeah, Trying Our Best is getting more confidence now moving forward. We saw it last round with Neff, I believe. Sure, he was seen and killed super early on, but you can see here for Trying Our Best, once they take down Famous, they know they can actually slip in since no one's going to be able to check that front line as early as possible. It's a good call, honestly, by these individual members of Trying Our Best. Styron executing so well, catching out the spike plants, and it gives them a second round. A rally has been made here, mustered by Trying Our Best. Let's see if this can continue.
Absolutely. They're starting to figure things out a little bit more. They're able to get these kills through smokes, through walls, and this is a big help here for to Trying Our Best. And now, Boom Esports, their C default that has been working for about 4 or 5 rounds in a row now, kind of halted. That's going to be the use on the ultimate. San actually pushes up very aggressively because of the Rolling Thunder, and his teammate follows up. They're trying to clean up house, although Boom retaliate for a bit.
Yeah, it's been a strong step 1 for Trying Our Best. Kill Famous. Check, check, check. 3 times over. And Boom Esports again, sputtering at the starting line. They have the spike on site, or rather in their sight lines. And this will be a bit of a problem because Juicy is just watching from along like a hawk. You gotta go for the smoke here. Moria also trying to go for the cross. Eldrone just making sure everything is gonna get cleared on that. Hunter's Fury, the response, but Boom has already backed away. A little too late here for Crazy Guy. Can't hit the shots. The rotation moving towards mid instead.
I think he just wanted to also catch, not really get a kill, but rather see the rotation if they can with that Hunter's Fury. 3 versus 4. If they can push on the B site now as quickly as they can, it might actually work for them because most of the defenders here for Trying Our Best is gone for that A site. They want to have that recon guard if possible for their teammate, and they're going to try to close in it if they could. Style's going to be here into the corner. Crazy Guy pops a couple of shots. Is there a nanoswarm that could stop Berserk on that plant? Well, shot darts could be a little bit painful. Numbers and the plant, it's not mixing up for both teams.
Yeah, here comes the lockdown though into play. Turret is spotted. Styron breaking it, but while this happens, Boom actually winning out the fight towards A-Link. The flash coming on in. It's Berserks with another one, but time ticking. Styron under pressure, and it's the lockdown breaking at the last moment. 1v1 though. Moria versus Styron. Styron was able to deliver before. This time around, he gets tagged. Siren actually getting into cover. Halfway now onto defuse. The fake out with a TP. Same position for Moria. Less is more for him. He's just sticking on the round. The same location. And Styron needs to hustle. Moria will need to swing. In the end, though, it's Trying Our Best. Oh, the thinnest of margins, Asurai. The thinnest of pixels. They get the round.
You knew Moria was trying to play the mind games. There was a risk of him TPing to the top of the B side to get that height advantage over Styron and get a little bit closer to the spike, but he wanted to fool Styron here, and he almost did. He almost had that angle, but the placement of the spike just allowed Styron to tuck himself enough on that teeny tiny corner on the B side and defuse the spike even through the little bits of wall bang that was coming from Moria.
How much HP did he have there left? Like 1,
12
2?
or something. Yeah.
Something like that. It's a heartbreaker for Moria because he played that so well. But you mentioned it. We've seen trying our best. Trying to get away with these kind of defuses. And like a ninja, Styron does so well. It's 3-6. We hear the blades though. Online for Famous. He wants to play the game now.
Quick little TP from the Omen here, checking out a main. Just to see if there's anything a little bit out of the ordinary. If there's a bit of a risk that they are going to have to take. Or rather, if there's something that was a miss, excuse me, for trying our best here. Famous actually has an operator of his own. Just noticed this. Just something to definitely watch out for as well. He's been struggling getting the entry frags for the first for the past 3 rounds. So change of pace might actually be good for him, and you can see the difference of approach right now for Boom. But they do have the blades, so Famous still lets it rip on that A side.
Yeah, and Famous is still alive. Most important right now. He can actually be a factor. Crazy guy though, trying to go for spam. NC Slasher expects it, moves elsewhere. And here comes the post plant now. So it's 5v5 rating. A bit difficult here for trying our best because of the operator. Crazy guy giving his rifle away to provide the entry potential here for Juicy. The dart is there though. Juicy getting in there. Beautiful scan. Juicy gets one through the smoke, makes it a second. Juicy is on clear duty. Eventually lots of bullets, but not blades. He's still fighting. He's still thriving. And it's Berserks who shuts him down. But 2v1 Berserks versus Crazy Guy in the duel. Crazy Guy, he wins it. And Styron can just stick it. Trying our best. That's 4 in a row for them.
My goodness. Juicy again on that warpath with the retake. Okay, I thought it was gonna be a miss defuse there, but no. They had time. They had time to be able to make it happen. We'll say though, yeah, Boom's starting to get into trouble here. 4 straight rounds for trying our best, and the wins definitely had changed in favor of trying our best here. Big problems right now for them. They really can't find that rhythm to just get the pick that they would want. We saw how, again, they're getting these sites, they're getting it, but they're just not able to find the picks to really solidify it. Famous tried to go in aggressively, and then he gets shut down. He tries to push through Graffiti, he still gets shut down, and then Juicy activates triple kill on default. Just, again, this is the pieces, this is the plays that trying our best needs to start building back up that lead.
And you can see the difference that Crazy Guy makes in this roster right now. It's not so much who he's replacing. We've seen the rotations come in from trying our best multiple times in multiple series in this tournament, but just the quickness of reactions, the speed in making those kind of calls alongside his teammates. Again, the history with Juicy and Neff especially. But that trade up to give the rifle so quickly, Juicy getting in there, the dart was trusted as much as possible, Asurai. If that dart didn't get the connection, it wouldn't be Juicy getting 3 of those kills, probably 1, make that 2 if he finds the quick reactions. But it just goes to show, trying our best, this is what they look like when they're more maximized. And right now, they're rallying back versus Boom.
Thought it was going to be a mid push here for Boom, but no, it's going to be trying our best. Look at how close Neff is already. This could actually be pretty bad for them. Actually, did he destroy the alarm bot? Yes, he did. But no one's going to be peeking it from Boom here. Aware that it could get a little bit tricky. And that's pretty early to use the drone in that way. So that's an alarm bot and a drone basically for a bit of steps on mid. So that step counter looking mighty fine for trying our best. And as Boom kind of slowly figures out that they've pushed back TOB, they're looking to go for that A site, but Juicy's just too prepared.
Yeah, Juicy still has the up Berserks. That was dangerous. Famous though makes the trade, and it leads to a 4v4. And truthfully, BOOM Esports might have a small advantage moving into this one. Most of the forces are trying their best. They're willing to go for the retake here since they have the lockdown. Shiro though, so far away from this Hunter's Fury. Nanoswarm gonna be a bother as well, but of course, we've seen this before. It's gonna be time for the lineup. Lockdown breaks yet again the same way. And the plant gonna go down on the default. But wait, Famous. This is gonna be very close. He's just lying in wait. Trigger discipline to get the first, second, third, and that's 4 for the round. Famous shines when he is still fighting, and BOOM Esports gets one back.
Last round in the half.
I wonder if that was a if that was a conscious decision for Boom here to have Berserks try to go for the cross while Famous was just holding the sandbags there. Again, his initial contact really has dipped down for his past couple of rounds, so a refrag for him is better off, and he did catch off Juicy, which has been his first map rival. So either or, the byproduct was they just got the site a whole lot easier without that operator from Juicy being a thorn.
Look, the conspiracy theorist in me would say, Berserks, do you want to die first for me? And then I can go. But at the same time, you see Famous already establishing first contact versus Crazy Guy. Last round also of the first half. And I'm relatively concerned about the money situation here for trying our best. But Juicy, he does have, of course, a full kit right now. You have BOOM Esports on the other hand playing the defaults, because they just don't know what is lying in wait in front of them.
You've broken a lot of utility here as well on mid, so that's gonna put a bit of emphasis here for trying our best to maybe find some angles right now. Styron. Ooh, I love the positioning here. I'm unsure if they're aware of it, but Boom, again, they're doing the same thing. They're getting that mid presence. They're leaving somebody to hold a certain position here, and they're gonna try to go for a default. Smokes will be set up on the C site already. Here comes the push. Without Famous's dash, though, they have to clear every bit of corner here. It might get risky as Juicy is in the back of the site, but Moria cleans him up.
Yeah, Berserks is the one found by Juicy yet again. While Famous is on lurk duty, it seems like for Boom, they have at least cleared out the site the way that they would like. Shiro has a different plan, though. Trying to hold on to garage and entry point for Famous, if ever, who's watching the flank from the A side. They do realize, though, mostly from CT, Styron watching the double doors doesn't realize it's the alleyway that's a problem. And Boom Esports, they have the number. Spam comes on in. Sando still alive. He's sticking it. Pros don't fake, and Sando will get away with it. Trying our best. They're also clearing things out. They end the first half in a bit of style there.
Switching sides.
That was unfortunate. Just straight up missing the shots through the smoke. And they placed the spike supposedly in a position where you're not going to miss most of your shots. So that was more of a skill issue for
No, that's
Boom.
right. That's the thing. That's the thing. 90% of those shots will connect.
Yeah.
And what happened? 95% of the HP was gone. The last five HP. It stayed. It thrived, and somehow trying our best takes it.
Yeah, and you saw a possible couple of things also helped out trying our best there. One thing, they got one of the two post planners that was shooting through C long. That's a big thing. We also saw NC Slasher just lose all of his bullets, so he had to reload. So time really wasn't in their favor anymore. So a couple of those things, but it was also because trying our best was again pressing their advantage a lot as they could in that numbers discrepancy while the other player of Boom was lurking.
Just Boom Esports, now they're being tested here. Trying our best, are taking the fight to them, and it isn't gonna be a wash, similar to the first time that we saw them clash against one another. It was 2 13-2s that trying our best are trying to wipe away from the records now. Famous, though, finding Styron. Here comes Famous, but Juicy's ready for him. The caliber of firepower is here for trying our best, and San will provide a kill of his own. 4v2, but trying our best. They're a bit crippled on the HP for two of their members. It's gonna be a bit dangerous for San and Juicy. Crazy Guy instead, leading the charge, being that front line. The Aftershock also keeping Berserks at bay. Creeping in, though, towards the site. Neff again buying so much time with utility. And Boom Esports, they're now going to come in as a duo. Toretto looking for a shot. Crazy Guy finding Moria already. Berserks versus the world. It's so much pressure right in front of him. He can't even see what's going on. And of course, Crazy Guy, he thrives in these moments. The shock dart to end all shock darts. A 6-7 standing with a pistol won by trying our best.
And this is perfect too. They asked Styron to push on Garage, not only to pinch, but also just to make sure that he can get the attention first of Boom while the rest of Trying Our Best pushes up into that B site. And that's actually a huge thing, because if there's no people or distracted players gonna be on that B site, it makes it much easier for the offense to start pressing it in. So even though we did see Styron get knocked out early, his job was already done. Really strong stuff here for Trying Our Best. The calls, even though it does turn into the -1 for them, it's the positioning of the opponents that they're kind of banking on, and it's working.
Goes to show. Now we see Juicy move in onto the side. Shiro though and Famous, and this is a threat to Trying Our Best. These sheriffs are potent, and Boom Esports pick up a rifle and pick up another one. It's 5v2 already, and everything Trying Our Best did in that last round, it's being erased away by the Boom defense.
It's one of those things where you're in Haven and you just say, you know what, if our opponents are feeling confident or they don't want to waste time, they're gonna default on C. We just try to do the 33, 33. Shiro's timing, though. Ooh, impeccable, but doesn't want to punish. He wants to hide himself if he can. Plan on the spike is going to be spotted, heard, and even denied, allowing the Thrifty here for Boom.
It's not just a Thrifty Asurai, it's a Flawless too. Everyone stay
Flawless
alive.
Thrifty.
That was as convincing as can be from Boom Esports, and it all starts with them finding Juicy by the Cloudburst. Famous also picking up the rifle along the way, getting one more versus Styron, removing the chances of Try Your Best to actually get into C-Site in the first place. And how the tables turn so quickly. Boom with such commanding advantage now. Trying Our Best needs to do the same with their own sheriffs this time around.
They're gonna try to do so. Look at how quickly Juicy is already marching through A-Long here. Immediately a shock dart just because Shiro respecting. He does have a drone. Teammate is holding around the corner here on Graffiti. If Juicy does get a chance, this actually might be perfect for him. He tries to do so. NC Slasher does deny, but immediately gets refragged. Can they pick up a weapon here or something? The triple stack actually gets forced back as they're just going to try to cook a little bit more. See if they can rile out a rotation, while elsewhere Styron is trying to go for that lurk.
Yeah, but at the same time, Boom is just using the Owl Drone wisely. Make sure they don't over-rotate, over-commit, and over-push rather. Berserk finding the lurk. Of course, the gun disparity is so clear here. It's just Boom right now, putting the right forces at the right locations. And Shiro and Famous, they delivered in that last round. Can they do the same? They're setting up the distraction play from the backside. Famous though finds the kill. San on the board. Famous with another one, letting it rip. Famous still alive. Famous is still here, giving chase. Here comes the smoke to try and buy a bastion for San. But Famous says no, this is our site, this is our round.
And this is where it gets a lot more tricky here for Trying Our Best. It's Boom Esports understanding the ebb and flow of Trying Our Best's motion here. We saw it a whole lot when they were playing yesterday against a-esport, that they love to do this in the 3-site maps, especially on that Lotus game, where, again, they bob and weave through the sites, breaking utility, trying to get a rile out of the defense here for Boom Esports. But Boom, they're not really truly biting the bait for the moment, and it's actually working wonders for them. And of course, we talk about Famous. He does get his moments where he might get punished here, and this is one of those times.
Well, you want to see Famous go? He gets one, he will fall. A 2-for-2 trade though after everything's said and done. But Shiro wants to add one more footnote by aggressing now from A-Long to try and catch anyone who dares peek. But Trying Our Best wisely now, looking for intel. Owl Drone though, but a swing from Shiro, fearless to at least make his life a trade. But a 2v2, and Trying Our Best thinking, can they go for this A side quietly now? Moving into short.
Yeah.
Watching their flank also, but Berserks. Also, Moria moving in. This is already a good read so far by Boom Esports. So the anticipation is there.
If Berserk's pushes a little bit too far forward, caught here by Crazy Guy, and he will. Timing was just perfect on either side. It could have gone actually either way. And now it's the cross for Moria. Did he just have the Spectre? It is.
Yeah, it's a Spectre from long range.
Yeah. So
That
that was a
tickles.
Phantom. That would have been way different. But again, bonus for Boom. Counteracted by trying our best here. It was a big battle on A main, but it still did come up in the end.
Yeah, it kind of begs the question, what if Berserks just did hang on back a little bit more, right?
Yeah.
Boom Esports, that was a little too eager compared to their previous outings in this half. And they realize that quickly. They say, play the operator and play at a distance. What has worked. So stun comes on out. The dart is quickly broken. So they don't know Famous is here. But the tag on Juicy, it's non-fatal. He stays alive. Now they know the ops there stationed towards A. And instead, all the pressure moving into Garage. Berserks has to back away from this one after the drone. The alarm bot's broken. Boom. Stick around towards C instead.
Someone activates the blades here. Actually, it was famous on A. Yeah, he wants to hold it by himself so his teammates can create that tempo around the map. They know the Garage has already been exposed, so they can triple stack it for now. Smoke is going to be quite important. They try to stun and actually catch Styron. No flashes, but they overwhelm, which works. And here is the pressure on trying our best, who needs to push in.
Oh, but Berserk is ready for this one. Juicy already caught on the entry. Crazy guy though finding NC Slasher. Third hit doesn't connect onto Shiro. So this means Boom Esports, they stall for enough time and into the loving arms of Famous. Here you go, have a blade. Why don't you also get one, good sir? San, does he dare peek this? Dash out for Famous. Ops ready. Loaded now with a bullet with San's name on it. And this is such a problem for trying our best. They're caught yet again. The spike, it's been spotted by Shiro's drone. Here comes Famous. And one more time, one more go. Sando with the shutdown at least. So this round, it should be a chance with the From the Shadows. San getting on site, but the scramble from Boom. It's 1v3, the pressure's on. And that's right, it's gonna get even worse because the recon dart, it's gonna know Sans moving into hell. Moria getting into cover onto the corner. Crossfire set, and here comes Boom. It's 3 for Berserks. 3 rounds also the gap.
They might need to run back to Famous's body to pick up that operator. They gave a chance here, but they're gonna pick up the operator. So here's the thing. I still like that though, because Boom has so much money and they're going to be saving this operator, which again saved them a lot more in the economy. They forced out Zan's From the Shadows, and that's huge because of just the one fact that he's not going to find or not going to be able to use that to relocate himself in this particular round, to be able to create some lurk points, and of course the one big part where you just don't want to allow your opponents to get any reserved abilities, big ultimates as resource, is I think a win here for Boom Esports.
I think it's also the bailout potential of the From the Shadows. Yeah. Usually once the Omen has it, they just keep it until they realize, oh, the spike's really far away. Omen, can you go pick it up? But Fame was picking up a kill so early on. Crazy guy and the rest of trying our best. Setting up a firing squad through the smoke. So at least they catch out Famous. They still have Juicy to actually get in there in the first place. So a chance for trying our best to provide impact onto the site.
A quick little counter fight there.
Right here.
Might actually work in the favor of trying our best because you're absolutely right. They still have Juicy over Famous here.
Right here.
Who's been knocked out earlier this round. Triple stack on B. This Garage is being held by Shiro by himself. Berserk's looking for that contact. Are they aware that this is going to happen? That's going to stun 2 players. Might actually catch out NC Slasher, but he gets 2! Throw the concuss! Absolutely huge! And San, does he have time? Picks up a weapon. There's a chance. He's trapped.
No way. And no how. Boom Esports to win another one. NC Slasher though will provide the kills for Boom. And we've seen it multiple times. When you move into a site and then NC slashes around, he can just find the right location and the right timing to surprise you. He's been more on assist duty right now in this game compared to previous outings. And look at the numbers Famous has on the board. 23 kills here at Asurai. He is an absolute demon that we are seeing unleash hell on trying our best.
And his counterpart struggling to find that same success that Famous is in as of now. And that actually might not be good for them. A couple of shock dart lineups used on A main just for a little bit of cover. NC Slasher tries to get that cover himself. Doesn't get exposed by the recon dart. Here comes the push. He's tucked on Gong. Spotted already. He's starting to whiff. Can he get a second one before he goes down? Not gonna happen, but his teammates are here.
Yeah, lockdown's there, and this will be space for BOOM Esports from the courtyard. So from the middle, Shiro shot! That rings through towards Crazy Guy, and Styron is just absolutely trapped. Same site, same results. Boom are on match points.
Man, you'd think the Trying Our Best is going to be able to scrounge out a bit more rounds here with how they've been pushing and everything. Looks like that's going to be a no. They've really corralled Trying Our Best into that B site for the past 2 rounds, and they've been very prepared to actually hit that swing. Trying Our Best did a good job, though, at kind of reading it, as you saw with Neff with that double stun with NC Slasher and Berserks, but not really enough. B feels like a no push zone. And Trying Our Best might just be relegated again, trying to go for A, which could work in their favor, but Famous is already aware and going to be peeking it immediately with the op.
He's priming the dash 2, expecting a chance, and he gets it onto Juicy. Already Trying Our Best at the start and hit crumbling at the seams. And they will try to at least put their presence towards A long, but what a play made by Boom. They pick off one for free early on. And Moria Styron, there's intel now. Moria knows there's one on lurk duty. So BOOM Esports, they can truly fortify this A site with the numbers, with the breach also going into Lake with the Rolling Thunder available.
They might try to force something too with their Rolling Thunder here from Neff. Drone's getting a bit of that coverage, but you can see Boom, they're playing very far back. They know that it is a possibility, so they just don't want to play in the site for it. Pick a little tag on to Neff. He tagged by... Okay, just the drone, so it's fine. He wants to use it, but I think if they can secure the side without that, it's going to be a great post plant for them. And you kind of already see that as well. Here comes the ultimate from Shiro as he scans and tries to stop them. 30 seconds. They can still re-hit the site once again.
Oh, and the last hit onto sand. This is buying so much time. Boom has had enough of this map. The Crazy Guy has other plans. Or rather, Neff. Crazy Guy, though, speaking of, he's on to the hell angle. He gets one, but that's all he'll get. And everything left now to Neff as well as Styron. They're deleted from the server. And we move to the next map. BOOM Esports takes Haven 13-7.
I will say, though,
Defenders,
it was a good reaction from Trying Our Best, but Rolling Thunder for Rolling Thunder, it's going to be trade for trade, and you know how well how well Boom was able to separate Trying Our Best here. A couple of smokes on short denies that vision from the players of, I think that was Styron, stuck somewhere on short, couldn't help out his teammates that was already trying to push in. Zan, Crazy Guy, and the rest was just trapped there for Boom to play around one by one. And Famous, he didn't really have to get the picks at all. He just needed to get the information as to where they were pocketed in. He did, and again, the cleanup commenced by Boom.
I'm just impressed by Boom playing on these 3-site maps. We've seen it all throughout this off-season tournament, whether they play on Lotus, whether they play on Haven, but their assessment of the setup against, or their setup on the defense, rather.
Yeah.
It just feels like that they know how to partition themselves accordingly. They spot out that one player playing away from Trying Our Best, immediately the rotations to go into Heaven, to move into Link, to be oppressive with the utility versus that spike. And it just goes to show Boom right now, they're making these smart calls on familiar territory just because they're communicating so well with one another.
I 100% agree. It feels like, again, Boom, one of those teams that once they know an opponent, they can use that truly against them. It's one of those... Excuse me, something stuck in my throat.
No, don't die. Yes, right. You'll be fine.
Okay, coming back to my point. It feels like there was a lot of counter strategy that we saw there from BOOM Esports, again, coupled with just how confident the players are from what we could see. And the only real threat that was giving them a bit of trouble on the Trying Our Best side has got to be Crazy Guy, but he just couldn't really find that tempo, because at the end of the day, it wasn't the lurks or anything. It was the team versus team interactions that ultimately led to round wins. Again, it's not going to be always something that happens every single map, every single game, but this game, it was the thing that dictated who would get the advantage and who would get that win.
Yeah, Boom with this outspeed, Trying Our Best, basically. Famous, of course, putting on a classic Famous performance, 24 kills. You gotta give props also to Moria with 15 assists, and it's been incredible how we've seen him know exactly where to smoke to give the impact for BOOM Esports. And you mentioned that point. Crazy Guy, he put up a fight. But there were some of these rounds, because at BOOM were busy outpacing Trying Our Best, Crazy Guy, the backline, they weren't ready to fight against BOOM that was already right in front of them. And it gave the chance for BOOM to start running away with things at the start. There was the rally from Trying Our Best, but in the end, it's still a BOOM win.
Well, trying to rally is going to be a big one here for BOOM. If they can finish off that second map, we're going to be ending this series early, which is again elimination match here. So we're gonna go back, or we're gonna go on a break, and when we come back, it's going to be map number 2. So don't go anywhere.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ticket, no more turning back. Sick and tired of your games, hit the road like Jack. I'm no longer yours, I just named the price. Found myself some freedom, give me peace of mind. Got a one-way ticket, no more turning back. Sick and tired of your games, hit the road like Jack. I'm no longer yours, I just named the price. Found myself some freedom, give me peace of mind. keep a secret while I dance to you this evening. No more problems, just throw them dollars. Can you keep a secret while I touch your body, feeling no more drama? Just throw them dollars.
More dollars, less drama, let's keep it on the low. Meet me in a city where nobody ever go. Let me be that body that nobody need to know. No, no, oh no, no. Do not draw the top down, do not hop out. Keep it on the low, this is not a lockdown. They all wanna know, gotta tell them nah now. I need somebody who gon' take it to the grave. I need somebody who gon'
check the road, call me. Shawty to put it on me. Booty on the insane. She moving for Ben.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back from that break, and we continue this series again between BOOM Esports and Trying Our Best. BOOM, what a stellar performance on that starting map there. There was a time where we saw Trying Our Best was stringing in 4 rounds in a row, but then BOOM just halted it and stopped it, especially when we came in to that second half.
And we saw from BOOM Esports, it was just the usual fanfare of execution. It's so well done by BOOM Esports. It's multiple times just getting better and better, and especially to a few people surprised, since it's a newer roster, that they're still as acclimated as before. Berserk's providing that swing around all the way back in round number 3 changed so much at the starting gate for BOOM Esports to go and continue their usual win streak during the first half. And while you mentioned it, we did see the rally from Trying Our Best. In the end, the famous show was having another rerun. Over 20 kills, impact all throughout, especially when he didn't die first off into the rounds. It just came to BOOM's hands because of it.
There was an issue there, though, where Famous was getting caught by Juicy, but then they started to change the pace of how they approach things. They called back Famous a lot more. He wasn't just dashing in willy-nilly into the site. I think they were just trying to also kind of stress test if Trying Our Best was going to react to that or respond to it. And they did a couple of rounds in, and then you saw BOOM struggle, but you're absolutely right. They were able to recuperate themselves. We saw there was this one round where it was actually Berserk that was looking for that straight contact. Maybe, again, the conspiracy theory of him just being a bait first so that Famous can find that pick onto Juicy. He doesn't have to go into a site blind. He gets a lot more information, which is going to be something anyways. Now moving forward, Split is going to be our next map. And looking quickly into that, defender side will be started by BOOM.
And what I want to mention is for BOOM on this map, they play that double duelist. So maybe those conspiracies can actually come to life now. Is she actually get locked in a neon?
No,
that'd be way too spicy. That's for Pacific League.
Yeah.
This was the map, right, where Talon played how many duelists again? Way back
5
when?
or 4. Was it like 4, I think, or something?
I don't even remember anymore. But in any case...
Wasn't it also like on Bind that they did like 5 duelists?
I don't know if I ever did 5 duelists. I'm not too sure.
Or no, I think it was Paper X. My bad.
I think you're also thinking of Game Changers 2 with SMG. But in any case, I feel like what we see here from Trying Our Best, they pick Split because they're expecting this double duelist. They feel like they can handle it. They saw some of the weaknesses that really occurred with it when BOOM was facing off against Fancy United. And your point of concern really is how impactful will be the Berserks and Famous duo together. Is it enough of an impact to forego a bit of that utility? They also run that double control, but at the same time, they're dealing with the breach antics. They're dealing with a lot of setup from Trying Our Best, so you can see the cause of concern here for BOOM.
Actually, I want to just throw in another point here into that mix. That match that they lost against Fancy United 13-11, I felt like Moria actually underperformed when he was playing here in this map with that Astra. So that's going to be quite, I think, another pressure point that BOOM has got to be aware of, or that they have to at least kind of fix for Moria here, because it felt like he was just getting bullied so much by Fancy. I don't know how Trying Our Best is going to do, or Trying Our Best is going to do in that regard, if they're gonna try to bully Moria out. But in any case, just something to point out for.
Yeah, and let's see now if Trying Our Best can actually rally back and return the favor, force a decider. Trailblazer to lead the charge. Juicy's trying to go for the clear, but Berserk's into the corner. Second shot rings through, and BOOM Esports, they're just masters of the pistol right now. They hold off Trying Our Best quickly, and everything's left to San, who was on mid lurk duty. Well, he's all alone now.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to worry about Moria if they don't push Moria. So that's going to be something for BOOM as they clean up. And you absolutely mentioned it. Zan's just going to have to check out all of these angles little by little. It is possible that we might see the Astra versus Astra. Zan is just looking for a pick. He has a minute, so he can try to do something with the time provided to him, and one of those is just securing a bit of the the side objectives on this map.
I mean, I love to see that, honestly, in these kind of nothing else will happen rounds, unless San goes absolutely nuclear, right, in a 1v5. You maximize your macro moving into getting the stars or getting your orbs, trying to see
30
if you
seconds
can
left.
bait out any more utility just for it to be extra bit costly. It's just those small things that San can do. But the flash is there, and he can actually go for the fight. This is low HP, he wins 2, and the Famous surprises him from the back. It's BOOM Esports who gets the pistol.
Some good value there for Zan, but
Yeah.
you're absolutely right. The initial contact for Boom, perfectly placed, as well as red here. Maybe they were just kind of imagining that double satchel for Juicy was going to come through on A main. It feels a lot more conducive on that side, comparing it to B when you only have the pistols, I guess. But in any case, their 50-50 worked out, and we saw how quickly they were able to disperse the offense of Trying Our Best here. Speaking of Trying Our Best, is that a force buy? It is.
That's a chance now. They want to make the entry count and just prevent Boom from having a similar momentum like the first map, like their first outing all the way in the first day. Firepower now in the hands of Trying Your Best, who have taken ramps away from BOOM Esports. Realize this and stay onto the site with NC Slasher as well as Berserk's. Famous though, watching the cross from CT. There's the Boom bot to get that intel, but the shots from Berserk, they don't actually find their target. San with the first, NC Slasher overrun. It's BOOM Esports right now, watching their defense crumble in front of them as Trying Our Best are doing such a great job so far. Spikes planted. San on the inside of the smoke. Shiro though finds Neff towards Frampton, please. A staging ground, crazy guy. Rarely do you see the mistiming from him, but it's already Boom equalizing the odds. 2v2. Styron could be holding close though. Moria busy with the stars, and because of it, Styron takes advantage. The chase is on, and Styron provides. We are tied up as Trying Our Best steal that round away.
Great separation there, utilizing the stars to create a bit of opening here for Trying Our Best to start creeping up their way on A heaven up until screens. And again, you saw Boom just very afraid to kind of fight for it. There was a little bit of contact we saw from Famous, but he gets shut down so quickly that the other player that was holding that site was just again, clear cut or cleaned off very precisely right now by Trying Our Best. And that is a huge step in allowing them to build that economy, as well as deny the big jump, the big leaps that Boom was kind of hoping for.
Yeah, Trying Our Best, that is a big win just to stop the momentum of BOOM Esports. We've seen from Boom that they love to run the Guardian though, so they can still buy it up actually in the hands of Berserks. He's good for it last time around. Is it going to happen yet again? It's Trying Our Best at the start of the round. Playing it slow, just trying to assess if Boom's going to aggress early on.
We'll see if they can try to at least receive this contact. We have seen Boom get those thrifty flawless on Haven not a map ago. Berserk's having this Guardian at least helps their case. He's holding for the cross, trying to be as quiet as he can. Is he going to have to be forced to dash away because of the aftershock? Absolutely, yes. And now, it's all just going to be a straight shot onto that A side, but that nade could be huge here from Famous. From Famous, as he corrals the rest of the attacker to go heaven.
Yeah, but here comes Trying Our Best, moving into heaven and out to vents. So the rotation is clear. They want to psych out Boom and move into B side here. Moria, NC Slasher, though, gonna be the points of contact early on. Juicy now getting to the ground. NC Slasher tucked away, but Styron finds Moria to start things off. Okay, NC Slasher, you're spotted too. And Trying Our Best, they're marking their targets. 4 down here for Boom. Everything's left to Shiro. What can he even do now? Nothing. The Guardian, at the last moment, gives a kill to Neff, and Trying Our Best, they get a second.
That was such a great rotation from Trying Our Best. They almost got caught with the nade combo from Famous here and team, but somehow they managed to back away, run their way as a full 5 on the ramps. No one's going to receive them there. They're not going to be afraid anymore of the paint shells from Famous, and they could just use their numbers again to run rampant on ropes and rotate their way all to B. It didn't really all happen in a quick run for Trying Our Best here. They actually slowed up little by little just to check out certain corners of their rotation, and them making sure that no one's going to be on the contact there was just perfect enough for them. Berserk though might actually be in trouble here, as they're going to be flashing him and positioning him to just dash into the smoke once again. He's going to have to try to get some value, which he does 1 for 1.
In the panic, he finds a kill at the very least, but that's an auto rifle able to be picked up here by trying our best. Moving forward, the Seekers also courtesy of Styron building it up pretty quickly into the game. Here's the Aftershock 2 and San is ready to go for the clear of his own. No duelist, no problem, San trying to say right now. You got Moria though, flying through the alley. Dangerous timing, forcing the swing, and trying our best. They're prepared for it. Famous though, still fighting on back. He's here now, working together with NC Slasher to try and go for the clear. A flash is available here for Boom if ever. Styron ready to do the same for the point of contact. And Famous all alone now. Famous, he can't get it done as San gets 4. And trying our best. That's a 3rd round for them.
Dang, the punish play here for trying our best, and Boom Esports again wanting to play that close contact, backfiring already, getting punished extremely quickly by trying our best here. That's not going to be good for Boom. That's trying to get that economy for them. On the flip side, Zan, huge stuff on his controller. Once again, this man has proven that he has the chops to actually switch up the roles and be that very good pivot player, or flex player, excuse me, for trying our best here. He's now hovered at 8 kills, has his wall. Huge stuff if you're going to be on the attacking side wanting to use that Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, the first day woes of San are just no longer there. He's ready to perform under this pressure. And Boom Esports back on an eco state because of that round loss rather. And we've seen for trying our best overall, it's just been how they execute onto the site. They get some great clears and make sure that they can get as deep as possible. They had the flank even, or a crossfire rather, ready and set for Moria. And that site control has been a problem for Boom Esports going into those Rose retake scenarios. Moria backs on the way and trying her best, getting ready to go for B.
Setting it up. There's the flash and everything. You can see already Berserk's very aware something could actually be thrown in his direction. He might get flushed out again, forced to actually use that dash. Morias is making sure that he can give some coverage here. You see if he looks to the right, there's going to be an opportunity where the pinch is going to be good. And speaking of pinches, Utility stops the rest of trying our best to push up to that B site. Now they're scrambling to go the opposite direction. 30 seconds, and they can stop them for a few more. This actually might work for them.
Oh. Slasher, that's a big one because time is running out here for trying our best. I do believe they're just gonna save this one, Asurai, and a win here for Boom Esports on an equal state yet again. The most that trying our best can do right now is to prevent from more guns from being scrounged. But it just really goes to show that Boom, they are very pesky when they're on the defense. If they can set up their stations and if they're not dislodged whatsoever, trying our best just can't get in there.
And also, is it also fair to assume that B might just be a more difficult site for them to take, or was it just the adaptation or the change of defensive posture here for Boom that ultimately kind of ruined that for them? Now, because of that, regardless of, you could see Boom here already actually trying to assess and counteract the second rotation position of trying our best. And what I mean by that is trying our best loves to go for the mains first, but once they hear the shenanigans, once they hear the utility, they start going in to the alternate routes, which is mid or A heaven, as you can see here with how they've been pushing.
Yeah, trying our best, getting in there over onto the high ground just to give him an angle to actually work with. But Boom realized the situation. They already take Garage away from trying our best. Crazy guy needs to find these picks to get value moving forward into the round. And the timing has to be a heartbreaker there. Interesting enough though, Boom still has the Steers on hand. Famous though, letting it rip. The Angels there too. Juicy swing provides kill. And Neff on the board versus NC Slasher as well. So Neural Theft gonna be online now. It's Moria. Has to stay back because of the intel provided. And Neff is watching out for any kind of cross from the CT side. Berserks be a bit problematic because he only has the operator here. Yet again, trying our best. They do such a good job to navigate into B, and they are rewarded with a round win. It's 4-2 in favor of the attack now.
What a read from trying our best here as well. Thought it was going to be that A main push, to be honest, but then no, they just straight up go to that mid-side rotation and immediately utilize what they have that can really flush it out in easily, which is that breach. Breach, I feel like if you try to push for that A side, not so many angles that you can get, not so many angles that you can hit simultaneously with the fault line, but on mid, it just clears up so much. So that's going to be a huge one here for trying our best. Even calls out that that forced timeout for Boom here. Feeling that pressure, can't really find the control on the map that they were kind of hoping for here on Split, and the offense for trying our best really showing its value and worth right now.
Yeah, it's been similar to what Fancy United did versus Boom Esports when they played against each other on this map. Trying their best, they assess where they can actually go. They still provide a strong entry point, and even though they lost Crazy Guy and that garage access, they were so willing to push into deeper territory like Alley, into Staircase. There was no way really for Berserks and Famous to find the impact into the rounds because they were getting caught by the space taken by Trying Our Best. It's a big reason why right now we see the attacking side working out so well for them.
Okay, so with that being said, right, what's going to be the adaptation here for Boom? Well, they are still going to be on the weaker weapons, but there is the showstopper from Famous here. Oh, that wall. Berserk's just going to get caught. The swing out. There's not even a chance for him. Maybe 8 for more to get out. Okay, that's an interesting refrag with the classic.
That's impressive, honestly, from Moria. 1, 2, 3, catches out the one in the air. And from this point on, Boom Esports, they establish a foothold well down onto the site. It's a Viper Spit. It's gonna stay here for as long as Shiro's around. And the showstopper right now, Famous is gonna get shut on down. A little bit early on though here for Boom. They still want to contest anyway. Shiro now peeking out for a bit. Styron will fall. NC Slasher on the board. Boom Esports unleash the veil. And it will be time for the contact points yet again. So everything all clear in the sightlines. But what we see right now is the dust settles Asurai. It's a 1v1 between Neff and Shiro.
Winnable for both. Neff, just the one slightly at a disadvantage with that HP. How did this happen? I'm entirely sure. That wall for Moria should have, or rather, excuse me, not Moria, but Zan should have cleared up and secured up the rest of the site. 20 seconds remaining. Shiro's not hearing anything. Is his spider senses tingling? Is he just going to hold on B and wait? And yes, those are the abilities.
Now
of
I know.
Viper.
Now I know what she has.
Hold on, this is the more important part. Not part, excuse me, part. As Neff gets closer, clears it up, and the timing's perfect from Shiro.
Oh, Neff was mid-animation anyway. Just hands up, caught out by Shiro, and this was a defining round from the two controllers. Moria's pick onto Juicy, the catch really allowing them to give Shiro the confidence to put up that Viper Spit. And you saw the timing of the swing from Shiro. He knew that he needed to get rid of the Viper Spit just to stand a chance versus Trying Her Best, who was trying to navigate around with. When the Cosmic Divide was gone, that was the moment for Shiro to strike. He found the targets, dipped back into cover towards Pillar, and yes, it led to a 1v1 after some incredible fragging from Trying Our Best. But in the end, time was on the side of Boom.
Yeah, they really couldn't push through anything of that because of the the Viper Spit, excuse me. Anyways, there you go. Birds flying out as the double satchel here from Juicy allows him to propel all the way through top ramp. Shiro, though, gets caught somewhere. They know that he's going to be somewhere amid, so are they going to try to go for the pinch? No one's still holding that A-Heaven controlled, so NC Slash is going to be forced to flash and maybe have to use the Seekers just to see how deep they are in that A-Heaven position.
Yeah, Seekers out, at least scouting out presence of Trying Our Best. Over onto Heaven now. Rolling Thunder gonna be the call. Berserk's looking for the timing. It's Famous. Ooh, gonna be the problem, but Juicy. Styron, this is looking good from Trying Our Best. Stellar fragging to open up that A site. And from this point on, it's theirs to truly take. Spikes planted. This is gonna be Trying Our Best getting the 2-round gap again. But that was just smooth from the Trying Our Best squad.
Boom really have to do something about that A-Heaven control. They do not have anything to stop the push every single... Yeah, there's going to be a flash from NC Slasher. Sure, he's going to be able to get that info, but can they really stop them from getting that map control? Trying Our Best is coaxing them, taunting them. Got to do something about this, or else we're going to be running away in this first half every single time. If we get any form of trouble elsewhere, we know that this is your weak spot, and that is a point of concern here for Boom.
BOOM Esports, they just have to be so wary right now of the entry potential, really trying our best. Once they have an angle to work with, and once they have a second one to boot, it's so problematic because they run out of options, Asurai. We've seen them stuck onto that A site more often than not when it came down to it. And it's such a problem because they have to deal with the breach. They have to deal with the sky. They also have to be concerned with Juicy's potential to just bring in that space. And you're not getting that space back from Famous and Berserks. They're the ones who are playing a bit more passive right now, forced to wait just because they don't have really any means to get in there.
It's either they have to risk being flushed out and cleared up and again at a disadvantage because of that breach utility, or they give it up entirely and hope that they can hold the site. But both of those options not really looking too good for Boom. This is the problem when you don't really have that Sentinel to stop opponents from rushing in, right? This is the big problem for that. Famous, though, does sidestep the stun, holds it up. Slasher, or NC Slasher, can maybe assist him with a flash as he tries to cross. That's a bit of a misguided attempt.
Eurotep's online now. Shiro can be backing all the way. Can't peek the corner safely. And we get the Seekers here trying our best. Should be retrieving the spike soon. And it does seem like the breach notice, he did go past it. Eventually, though, the flashes do come online. Styron finding Moria along the way. Juicy even catching out Berserk. Shiro does the one going for the hold, but it's not enough versus the firepower of San. Trying our best, doing it yet again. It's another one for them.
Another one for the books here. And the struggle continues for BOOM Esports. Just can't really find that timing. Just can't find that that bit of good positioning to get them somewhere, to get them elsewhere from this spot. And what's kind of tricky here when you're going against Trying Our Best, they're reading the situation so perfectly. You saw Neff just throw out his cyber cage, and then out of nowhere, there's going to be the aftershock just to check things out. All right, that's the stun that they were kind of hoping for. 1-for-1 trade. Berserks and Famous finally doubling up. They stopped the push onto a Heaven, and that's a step in the right direction that they were kind of hoping for. But fight's not done just yet. Trying Our Best, trying to recompose themselves while Neff is lurking on mid.
At least they did find a pick here, courtesy of BOOM Esports. As the showstopper gone for the round. Crazy guy and the senior Trailblazer. Got Berserks also moving forward. And if there's any time for Boom, try and go for the peak. Will it be now?
Moria.
Moria also. This is going to be pretty dicey. Berserks on the other end of the front line. Sees already Sand coming his way. NC Slash is there too. And BOOM Esports, they establish a foothold. This is the ramps. This is a hill that they're willing to die on. And the spike now. Neff, he has to try to retrieve it. It's a 1v3. It does seem like Boom, they're willing to just go in as a unit later on into the round. Neff, though, he's trying to get in there. Asurai crawl in, perhaps, to find Berserks. But Berserks, he's walking, he's ready, and he finds 4 for the round. BOOM Esports gets on the board again.
What a read from Berserks. And again, the adjustment that Boom was looking for was to risk the double up for Berserks and Famous. Initially, I thought it was not going to be as clear-cut, as good, because Crazy Guy does have the utility to stun, but he didn't stun deep enough on a main that allowed him to get the, or that allowed his teammate Juicy to get caught by both the duelists here of Boom. That being said, Trying Our Best, they still have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Boom have only figured out the A take. How about the mid one? How about the B? What's going to be the adjustment? As you can see, Trying Our Best already shifting up their posture.
Man, Trying Our Best has done such a good job in the half already, but not like that, Neff. Juicy, though. Here comes the entry. Showstopper, the satchel went too vertical, and this buys time for BOOM Esports to actually get away from the blast radius. Oh, that's unfortunate for Trying Our Best. It just a stumble at the start. But they can recover from this. It's still a 4v4. Berserks, though, he's ready now to go for the contact point. Famous also nearby, but the aftershock will keep him away. Pressure now mounting onto the side. Berserk spots out Juicy, and it's Boom here who are trying to rally the trade though. It's an even numbers now, courtesy of Crazy Guy. And from this point on, Trying Our Best are thinking we have to clear out any lurk potential, and especially as NC Slash is creeping from sewers now. Sando. Oh, this can be a big point of contact. Moria spots him. And it's 3v2. NC Slasher. This is time for NC Slasher. Boom yet again. Knowing what's going on.
Look at the rotation here for Boom. They're going to double up,
30
actually
seconds left.
triple up with NC Slasher right now as they come in through A main. I'm pretty sure Trying Your Best will be aware of NC Slasher here, but I don't think they're going to be aware of Moria and Berserk's just going to be starting to collide. So if there's going to be a numbers fight right now on A main, this is going to be perfect for them. NC Slasher's the only one making a lot of noise. Now here it is. The flash out's going to be perfect. The stun as well. There's the pick. It denies them to push, and Styron has another one to use. Look at this positioning from Crazy Guy. It stops them there in their tracks. All of these blinds, man. It's giving a lot of fighting potential for Trying Our Best.
One enemy remaining.
Impeccable
Last
from
player
Trying Our Best, but
standing.
Moria at the very least. It's still a chance for Boom Esports. Crazy Guy though, times to swing right, and it's Trying Our Best who did their best in that round. I agree with you, Asurai. You saw the system.
round
If it's
before
the
the
flashes
switch.
from the sky, it's the breach that peaks. If it's the other way around, it just works out the same way. And from that point on, they hold the site and the spike down.
Man, the separation that they were able to do, that puts Boom up for a spin. Trying Our Best. Styron and Crazy Guy. Not a duo that you see working together in perfect harmony in that clutch situation. But you know what? When the going gets tough, these guys evolve, these guys adapt, and you see that be done so perfectly. Now, last round into the first half, Boom struggling to get any form of advantage. And Moria getting tagged out early. Not really a step in the right direction that they were kind of hoping for.
Yeah, it just begs the question right now. Is this a gamble really with a double duelist to play a bit more aggressive on the attacking side? You're still on split. This is still defense that does matter for you, especially that you start it. And moving forward, Trying Your Best, they're going to be defining the momentum of the game so far. They're going to be the ones defining the pace here, Asurai. And I'm very concerned for Boom moving forward. This can be a round. They make it at least a 5 to 7 half. The Boom bot, though, getting the incel, Trailblazer, paint shells. That's going to be the response. It seems like Crazy Guy. Timing yet again is what concerns me. So ready to flash on out the stun rather. The shots. The Crazy Guy will just be electrifying for the round. Rolling Thunder also to add onto the equation. Trying Our Best will get B away.
That's the best that they could try to
30
do, but Crazy
seconds
Guy's just too good. He got the 2 versus 1 up against the scarier players of Boom here. At least there is still a fightable number for Boom, but map control so far from the conversation right now. And so many post-plant smokes too. That's just gonna make their lives a living hell. NC Slasher creates something on Heaven. That's too many bodies, too many heads just trying to tap against him. Speaking of tap, Shiro. Okay, he's clearing up a little bit. Time.
player
He's
standing.
taking.
doable.
Okay, one more.
Oh, Crazy Guy's all alone now. Crazy Guy! He just runs out of bullets. But Famous, there's time to actually get away with this. It's gonna be close, sure, but Boom Esports. The rally behind Shiro, the push from Famous. It gives them their 5th round.
Switching sides.
I'm bewildered, honestly, by how that
honestly
really
speechless.
panned out.
How did
they
lose that?
Shiro, he shrugs off the headshot, answers back of his own. And then Famous gets in there because of everyone having to look at Shiro, who is a beacon of hope for Boom Esports. It allows Famous to provide that pinch towards the hell angle to actually overrun Crazy Guy, who didn't, I believe, have enough bullets after that engagement towards Garage. And the way I saw it was, Trying Our Best already had a good counter. Crazy Guy, he went for his utility earlier on just because he expected the push from Boom Esports. That's why he got that 2K. But in the end, Boom, it's been an unbelievable game from Shiro to keep everything afloat.
That was three players of Trying Your Best or Trying Our Best looking at him, trying to hit the 1 pixel head tap. peek out from Neff here. Not gonna get that value though, but he just gets the information. But again, just go back to that clutch Daks. I still cannot believe that actually that is what happened. They shouldn't have lost. Then out of nowhere, boom, convert. All right. It's more the more important
It's
pistol
okay.
round now.
You have time. You have time. They're in the sewers. You can sing the praises of the round 4, but eventually, Boom will still need to execute with this double duel. As Trying Our Best has already established a great score line so far into the game. And here on the defense, we watch for how San will be impactful with the star, especially. Moria, though, setting up the nebulas. Here comes Styro now, trying to provide a helping hand. San just pushing forward. Shiro, though, still feeling the heat from the previous round. And in the 3v2, it's Boom Esports who gets B-site away.
Aftershock maybe to punish. Yep, no plant will be had. That smoke
30
is a
seconds left.
little bit too nearby, so Shiro's gonna have to at least laser focus on allowing Slasher to plant that spike first before anything else. Neff actually already tagged down to 1/4. NC Slasher is here to deny them a little bit more percentage, and he's gonna try to push through the smoke.
Last
Actually works out
player
in his
standing.
favor as it gets cleared up. Moria not able to assist, and this is where it gets a little bit dangerous because he's been spotted out. Into the corner he goes, and Neff clears it up. Moria, nothing spotted up until the very last second, and that led to his teammates falling all around him.
He called it though, Asurai. Poison Cloud actually pushed by Trying Our Best. Crazy Guy also providing pressure from afar, and eventually Trying Our Best. They do a great job again on the retake. What is up with Trying Our Best having 2 players to just make it work, right? You can say the same for Boom Esports in the round prior to that one, but effectively, San, he went for the push to buy a bit of space. He did get punished by Shiro, but you watch out for how Crazy Guy positioned himself. He was prepared to play off what Neff's contact points would be. That small adjustment in the middle of all that skirmish, basically. It's Trying Our Best, giving themselves a big chance to assess this defense.
100% agree. Trying Your Best is so good at being able to create those tiny bits of positioning. Zan here immediately gives him a bit of that concealment. The stun actually hits him by his own teammate. That not might be important at all. As the rest of Trying Our Best is here. Wants to go for the stab, but the spam is just going to be a little bit too much.
Yeah, and well, that's an anti-eco. It was convincing though from Trying Your Best. And it's honestly a do or die round here for Boom Esports. They lose this one. Trying Our Best gets into double digits. And that lead gets wider and wider and tougher and tougher. You gotta rely on what Famous and Berserks can provide here. And that's my biggest point of concern right now. They deal with the Astra. They deal with the Breach. They deal with the Sky and the Cypher also. There's so much in the way of Famous and Berserks. And it's the linchpin of the plan of Boom Esports. A pinch may be possible if there's a mid-contest from Trying Our Best, but the Flash already providing intel to dissuade them from that and stay back.
There.
Well, it's only going to dissuade them for a couple of seconds, so not really too much. NC Slasher here tries to clear up top mid, while the rest of the team slowly creeps up. You can see there's a lot more hesitation right now for Boom. Again, just not as confident as what we saw from them on Haven. Split map that they definitely do tend to struggle, especially up against such a knowledgeable team like Trying Our Best. That's the second paint shells that I've seen from Famous here actually not hit the mark that he was kind of hoping. So these little bits of mistake here, man, these little bits of discrepancies, all leading up to Boom not getting the map control that they're kind of hoping for.
It kind of makes me wonder, for Boom Esports, now that they have 2 duelists, who do they even really support? Obviously, Famous and Berserks will try to play with one another, but we saw on even how laser focused everything was for
30
Famous and
seconds
the
left.
entry. He does provide the kill and also buy some space for Boom to actually get in there, but Moria tagged up by the camera. Neff, through all that vision blockade, he still nets the kill anyway, and the paint shells now pressuring Shiro to run and make noise. So Neff should hear that here onto the elbow. There is presence from Boom. The lurk also from Crazy Guy in gonna be a threat. Famous though spots him quickly. Neff now swinging on in, wins the duel versus Berserks. Here comes Boom, trying to play a game of keep away. The flash is ready also. Gets the blind onto the position, and Shiro will provide the kill because of it. Well done with the utility. Well done with the entry. Well done, Boom, at least for this round. Juicy with the fight back, sure. 2v1, but low HP state as well as the flank should already give Boom this round. Shiro gets it. Nicely done. Effectively, though, it's still damage done by trying our best in response.
Ooh, very close from getting caught by that event horizon on the spike exploding. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Plenty done there by trying our best. And there was a bit of thought that it feels like they might have actually been able to push back Boom. Boom were so hesitant to really get the control. And again, tiny bits of mistake. What was Mori trying to do there? Removing the tag on the camera in plain sight. Very easy for Neff to get that punish. And those little bits of, again, pick against him. Those little bits of mistake compounding itself. And they got to be careful because there still is that buy round for trying our best. They still have the money to force them back.
What's into play. The flash is there too. And the utility from trying our best just to give them a foothold onto Mail. Juicy though, he wants to go for that contact point. Berserk's happy to respond in kind, but as soon as he gets that sight line, he dashes out. Too dangerous to stay on. Trying our best already at the start of the round, willing to fight versus Boom.
Famous stuck on top mid. You think that's a position where he can really get some damage in, but no, if he tries to rotate onto Heaven, he's gonna get spotted by the camera. Maybe he can try to pinch slowly here. Excuse me, or wait for his teammates to pinch themselves onto the site, wait for a rotation, and then get a pick. Shiro's leg spotted right now by Neff. 40 seconds. Seems like they might actually try to go for that A-site push. Moria's already slowly bringing the spike as well as he set up the stars. Famous's pitch here is going to be important, but they picked out Neff, and that's going to allow Famous to be on the spawn already. Juicy's not going to be aware, and he gets some value.
Yeah, and the flash is the response. Tyron, though, this is still a dangerous angle to play against. Boom Esports. They get rid of the traps, they get onto the sites. And then the 5v3 now, trying your best, have had enough of the round. They go for the save here. This was such a fortuitous moment for Boom. That pick onto the Cypher, giving such a big window of opportunity for Boom to work with.
100%. Not even sure how they were able to get that pick off against them. And now, trying our best, just, you know, setting up base camp here on the B site. B stands for base. So
B stands for Boom? No, it's
not
B stands
this
for
time.
B stands for best.
The best side. That's why it's called B side. All right.
Do you like B side better?
For split, yeah, I actually like it better. There's a lot more angles that you can play around it. It feels more fun.
Yeah. Okay, you were saying something about the game.
Yeah. Solid hold here, or solid take here for Boom Esports. Exactly how it kind of. How do you mention this? It exactly played out how they were kind of hoping for, and even better, as you mentioned, with Neff getting caught that way. Famous just didn't have to create that noise anymore, and as you can see, Trying Our Best was very much unaware. The thing that I will mention right now, as Trying Our Best still has money to buy, is it took Boom a lot of steps to get to that position, and it feels like that's not something that they're very much been utilizing this entire series. It's a lot more gung-ho for them, with a bit of that micro aggression or micro contact that we've been seeing so well executed by both Berserks and Famous.
Yeah, it's just part of the parcels, basically. You have the two duelists, you know that they're gonna need to find the impact one way or the other. And speaking of, Juicy now bringing out, I believe, it's a judge in hand, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's the first one in the series so far after all the antics Juicy has had in this tournament alone. Pain Shells, though, shrugs it off. The Boom bot gets confirmation, and as soon as Famous and Berserks hear it, they just run on away, spraying it down. The blast back to confirm the kill.
And if that Boom bot did not spot Juicy, that might have actually gone a whole different direction from what we were kind of seeing, especially to how close he was. immediately the reaction from Boom was
30 seconds left.
well, instantaneous. Anyways, speaking of Boom, here's the push on the site, and again, Showstopper just to make sure.
Yeah. Speaking of Boom, B stands for Boom.
Boom. Now,
This
yeah.
is this is Boom's site. And that's it. Again, Trying Our Best actually gonna go for the save one more time here. I do feel like it has been a bit bloody in the bank for them. And besides that, it was just such a quick reaction from Boom. And all I have to say is, I understand with them especially. If you remember back in their VCT, they had to deal with the judge so many times, especially even into the grand finals of that split. They heard that shot, Asurai. As soon as they heard it, right, it was a quick alert. You could see both Berserks and Famous flashbacks from their own local scene. But that was basically the round. BOOM Esports, they're one away from tying things up here.
And it's not so clear-cut again, but I was mentioning how it is very important for them to not really create that many steps for how they kind of push. Boom, not one of those teams that really hard reads an opponent, rather just outmaneuvers them and uses their skills to, prove their worth. And it goes to show with how they've been aggressing towards here. It's a little bit slower, yes, but the thought process is still the same. Could try to go their way on B for a quick push, but Juicy with that showstopper, they've got to be a bit aware. They've got to be a bit careful. If they can't figure out where Juicy is, and Juicy is tucking himself in, not showing any utility off, it could be a problematic for them. Here comes the dash. And the
San, okay, Famous though, with the clear, he finds two. San on the board, and San will fall after all that firefight. So Juicy was found at the end of the day. Boom, when they can go for the hard hit, it looks very convincing, especially when the two duelists actually synchronize that well. Berserks though loses the fight versus Crazy Guy. It's a 3v2, and instead we see Boom clearing out the lurk angles as much as possible. They should expect though, alley, tower, that's where Trying Our Best are stationed. Neural Theft is the answer, and this is a chance to hustle onto the site and the spike. Neff though with the tap, trying to bait out a bit of utility. NC Slasher though keeping tabs of this angle. And Guiding Light into play. Neff is still trying to go for the hold close, but the problem is time is running out here for Trying Our Best, and yet again, it's enough for the round. They call it early, and we see Boom tie up the score. It's gonna be 9-9 moving forward.
That's a huge catch from Boom, being able to spot out Juicy and another one holding at the back of the site, and again, basically denying them any form of countermeasures for the hold on B. That's perfect for what we saw from Boom. I thought that was going to be a big of a mistake, especially with, again, Juicy hiding himself perfectly on Heaven. He could react if he wasn't flashed. He could have, again, threw out his nades if he wasn't flashed. But no, they panic. They get full flash, tries to back up into the corner, and lo and behold, that's just where Famous likes them. Easy pickings for him. Gets that 2K. Zen, all he could really wish for, hope for, is the spam through the smoke could have netted him a kill or two, but that's not going to happen right now. Ooh, Berserks.
Yeah, Berserk's getting away with his life, and a quick dash to get the hell out of there. BOOM Esports, they understand this round. The aggression is going to be the play from Trying Our Best. And I do wonder if they can actually maximize the talk screen value now. Shiro has been stationing up these walls to provide cover for that A push. You have, though, now the Boom bot early on just to clear out Garage. So Trying Our Best, they nudge that factor to force out utility early on. This kind of works for the defense, so Boom has to back away.
Boom, though, multiple angles of attack right now. Look at how high the tripwires are.
Yeah, one for Famous, one for Berserks. Yeah. Everyone else can go through, you know.
Yeah, it's fine. There's a height limit to this.
No. This is a no duelist zone, basically.
Ah, okay. That dog's gonna try to catch something if it can.
You know, what the dog doing? Getting intel towards ramps into tower. Famous breaking the camera already.
30 seconds left.
So, the Seekers are going to be the call to lead the charge. Hero, though, as well as Berserks moving forward. Juicy finding Famous. That's a big pick. There you go. The anti-Berserk strip bar actually works. Neff gets 2, but NC Slasher gets 2 of his own. Neff! Okay, it's NC Slasher instead with the 3K to make it a 1v1. But the other Sky already afoot. It's Styron here with a backstab possible. And NC Slasher does not see it coming. Trying our best. We'll keep this lead.
Strong hold there. And the tripwires denying only certain personnel can enter. Ye cannot.
I can't believe we called it though. The anti-berserk tripwire. It
yes.
just works.
It does work. Yeah, it's why it's called niche setups, you know? It's
Niche
not
is
for
not-
everybody.
That's an understatement, man. But it's a good setup. I love what we've seen from Neff. It really feels like if he doesn't die early on from the angle from heaven that Boom takes, he's so pesky. And okay, Neff, we just said stay alive, please do. The tripwire's there, the cyber gauge is disengaged, and Boom Esports send in the Trailblazer to get the intel. The snakebite bounces off the Cypher, and now Crazy Guy gets the one. NC Slasher trades his response. It's Chaos onto the A side. Showstopper surge, but Neff, he's found 2 still. Juicy's Boom brings the kill off the Shiro. Moria falls as well, and trying our best. That's an explosive round for them.
They didn't learn their lesson, Dax. They didn't learn their lesson. They tried to push through, but they didn't relay enough that there is still the anti-duelist tripwires. Again, you try to push through it. You try to meddle things that you're not supposed to meddle with. That's not part of this world. And you will be sent to the grave. I know that Halloween has ended, but the horrors still continue here for Boom.
Okay. I had something to say, but not. I'll just save it for after. But anyway, it's just Neff is unstoppable on that site. If he gets away with his peaks, and that intel provided by himself allowed him to just immediately set up the right, setup at the right time. Speaking of, here he goes yet again. He's 1 away from the neural theft. I don't really think he needs to get the orb here. If he gets the kill, he'll have a corpse to work with. It's a 2-for-1 though. Boom. Struggling now to even get in there. And eventually, they send out the Trailblazer to spot out what's going on. So the neural theft utilize onto the pick. They got towards A. Moria gets 1. Styron trades back evenly. And it's a 3v2 advantage for trying our best. Sight though. Taken now by Boom. Seekers, as you mentioned. Who needs the Seekers? Berserk finds one early on. Spammed out though from Styron. Neff also had the angle. NC Slasher now in the 1v2. And he has been struggling more so in this map. Will he find the value now? There's the pick to make it 1v1. And NC Slasher will be NC clutch. 10-11. That's what Boom needed.
Oh, you missed the ER there from NC Slasher to NC Clutcher. That's what he is right now.
I kind of went for like NC, like MC, but okay.
Ah,
It's
all right.
okay.
I see.
Okay, I'll just shut up now. You can cast on your own.
No, don't.
I go
my
Chun real quick.
poor voice.
But it just goes to show NC Slasher, he found that one moment towards A with the 3K. It just wasn't enough. But he has been an impact player for Boom Esports. And he needs to do that more for this team if they want to rally and win this map here.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. I mean, again, the struggles of the duelist continues right now, so the follow-through needs to happen here for Boom Esports. They cannot just rely on Berserks as well as Famous as of the moment. Even though they are getting some value, it's not the best value that they're kind of looking towards to. Boom here, on the other hand, they got themselves some pretty nifty ultimates to work with. There is going to be that Viper Spit. There is going to be the Moria Wall and use. And an immediate swing. Oh, with the Rolling Thunder, but catches nobody. And as Famous relays this to the team, they immediately go for B.
Oh, but Sans the angle, and Shiro's caught out in the open. NC Slasher, though, responds in kind. And look at where Berserk station. Neff is not ready for this one. The blades immediately shanking Neff in the alley. It's criminal from Berserks. Even more so, a heist made by Famous towards the tower. And it leads now to a 4v2. The disengage is called by Trying Our Best.
That caught them off guard, 100%. Yes, there was that tiny bit of angle that we saw be well utilized here by Trying Our Best, but still not going to be enough. And it's a game of catch me first before I can catch you for Boom. As you saw, Berserks was just so far on alley that Cypher just couldn't respond to it, and then some on the other ones as well with that catch from Famous on mid as he just literally jumped up into the stairs.
Oh, okay.
Ooh. Yeah, that's all it needs.
Good recovery.
Yeah, he had 4 HP in the last blade. Still hits it. Smooth.
You know what else has been smooth here? Asurai Boom Esports on the attack. I guess split now is an attacking side of the map. This is what this tournament's trying to say here. What you've been trying to say for months already. Finally, you get your confirmation bias. But eventually, right?
This is not a bias if it's true.
I mean, how true is it? That's the real question. It's true right now. And you know what else is true? It's only stingers mostly in the hands of Trying Our Best. The gun disparity is in favor of Boom. The showstopper, though, is stopped in its tracks. The beautiful fault line utilized by Crazy Guy, slowing down Famous. Boom, though, they still make their way towards A. You gotta check out where Trying Your Best are stationed. They have the ramps, and the answer will be the Viper Spit from Boom. Here they come on the retake.
Look at that drop down though. Berserk is by himself. He could actually get isolated if he's not careful, but it's Famous first to get the brunt of the damage, and they're still making this work somehow. Though they're very low on HP, so there's not really much wiggle room that they can try to do. Back in the smoke, Juicy, but it's a double-edged sword. Down to 1 HP. He's in the corner, 3 versus 1.
There's gonna be Juicy! He's still fighting, he's still killing, and he's gotten 4 for the round. This is gonna be difficult. NC Slasher now looking to swing on in. The Sedation though, Juicy to pressure him with the paint shells. NC Slasher has no fear. And Boom Esports, they're the ones on series point.
Match point.
Juicy was a miracle worker there, but the timing from the he put himself on a corner there, especially with that jiggle peek from NC Slasher. NC Slasher's been, again, put in a position where he has to clutch. Doesn't matter if it's the multi-kill, doesn't matter if it's a single. He somehow manages to freak out his opponent and come out on top. That jiggle peek made Juicy flinch. He stopped defusing, threw out his nade, and NC Slasher's like, you know what? If you try to tap that spike again, I can just push through this. This nade's not going to hurt me just yet, and I can get that pick off of you.
Oh, and Juicy, he was looking for that one pick at that last round. This time he gets it first. This time, well, Crazy Guy also. And Trying Our Best. Playing for that overtime here, Asurai. They don't want to lose on split, lose their tournament life. And doing all they can to move around the map actively. So Juicy, Styron, they have a semblance of a mid-presence. The Trailblazer make it even easier. A beautiful stun. And where's the swing now? Juicy collects, but NC Slasher is still fighting. 2v3. Drop perhaps here from Boom to try and go for B sides.
They're definitely going to try to go there. As you can see, maybe even look for Zan, who, or a player that might have pushed up onto Garage as of this point. Now, Moria's making little bit of fake smoke elsewhere. No Cypher util here on B, and Moria finds it. That's a step in the right direction. That's a step that they're hoping for. If NC Slasher can plant the spike, that's going to be another Seeker available for him. Crazy Guy comes in close.
He's gonna break it quickly. Spam. That's the problem, because you're stuck there, committed on the position. If anyone has your angle, they can just spray down all those Seekers. And Crazy Guy, sure, he's known to be an alley, but they don't know Neff's nearby. Moria, he's waiting though for what's to come. This is gonna be Moria with the opportunity. 11 HP. The dream still alive for Moria. Neff tried to keep Trying Her Best alive in this fight, and that he does. Takes the time to spray down the corpse, but we go for more. We go for overtime.
We are gonna get ourselves into the first reset of this series. Moria.
Celebration.
Oh man,
Switching
you could
sides.
see that he was
Overtime.
panicking. What was the read there? Was his opponent gonna play around? Is Neff gonna try to swing him? You saw that he was kind of prepared for it, but then slightly late for a second. And again, it just goes to show how much Neff was in control of that particular fight. Unfortunately, no one was able to help out NC Slasher while he was getting peppered by Crazy Guy through the box. And again, Moria just didn't want to risk it because he didn't want to get that collateral. In any case, again, first OT of the series. We started off, and Famous, he picks up the operator. That's going to be, again, a weapon that they're going to want to utilize as soon as the round begins.
Yeah, an interesting gamble here for BOOM Esports. Let's see if that pays off. And keep an eye out also on Berserks playing on top of the box. I don't think we've seen this from BOOM so far, so maybe they can play this well. Berserk gets one, sure, but will it be enough? Second provided by Berserk. Shiro's there too, and BOOM Esports, they're holding down B site well. It's 4v2 immediately, trying their best, have to back away and stay in garage for now.
They're going to have to start dispersing from B just in case. Berserks is... my God. They're trying to find him.
Dude, he's dancing with that, but don't worry. You got the regrowth. Okay.
No.
Okay, never mind. NC Slasher runs out of band-aids to give to his teammates.
Blinded.
There's the flash. They still know he's there. You're absolutely right.
It's a heartbreaker.
Yeah. Walls be thin. Walls be thin.
Well, that part's bangable, but here on B site, it's trying our best. Navigating through with San. Shiro, though, has good angle from
remaining.
Ali.
30
He does
seconds left.
net the kill that he was anticipating. So everything left to Styron. It's still the double up from Ali here from Boom. You got Shiro, you got NC Slasher, and NC Slasher, he does it one more time for the team. Series point, still a go for BOOM
Switching
Esports.
sides.
You're absolutely right. They
Match point.
conditioned them to just not be aware of that boost angle for the entirety of regulation, and then the one round on the overtime that they can use it, they did, and no one checked it here for trying our best. Now Boom, now they're gonna have to go through Neff again. Neff, did he set up the anti-duelist tripwires? No, just the one on A main. We'll see how that works, but he only needs one to actually just stop this offense from Boom.
That's one more assault from Boom, and they move on to the lower bracket finals. Can they perform to that expectation though? Crazy Guy, he has other plans. The fault line to stave off Berserks for the time being, and trying our best. They're also already fortifying with the Sky to help out in the pinch. Tower though being pressured. Crazy Guy knows this is coming from Rams, especially the dash in. Styron gonna be backing on the way, and Crazy Guy able to hold things down. 10 HP still alive. Famous finding Styron though, and this time, okay, the effort from Crazy Guy, you understand why. Neff though, a menace on A, making it 2v2.
Spike, though.
And here comes Juicy, and you said it yourself, Asurai. The spike has been left behind. Famous is looking for picks right here, right now. It's a raise off coming, and it's Famous who wins it. Still, he's feeling it. 2v1, and what else can San do? Dropping down NC Slasher! He will be NC winner. BOOM Esports, they eliminate Trying Your Best. They repeat history, Asurai, and they win 2-0 in overtime of all things, though. Heart-pumping action.
What an incredibly hectic round. Honestly, both of the teams could have gotten something. We could have maybe even saw a second overtime there, if I'm being honest. The isolated positions for Trying Our Best still netted them 1 to 2 kills. You saw Neff be able to pick up 2, but he got overwhelmed. Famous immediately tries to wrap around to help out his teammate, and it could have been flipped on his head if Juicy was just able to get that catch in the 1 versus 1. Once they spotted the last player standing, which was Zan, Famous immediately knew we had 40 seconds. We can start to double up first. We can try to use our time to outmaneuver him and try to pick up the spike. If ever, Zan tries to play a lot more aggressive to get the catch off while Famous was in transition, and he just couldn't find that time. He just couldn't get that pick, and that resulted in them losing this fight, and then, of course, in turn, this series.
You know, that last 1v1, that was for Ascension. Wow. Incredible
Revenge
from these two teams. At least BOOM Esports, they get the revenge versus that Bleed Core, eliminating Trying Our Best, not from just the upper bracket and the lower bracket, but it really just goes to show that the squad, the Trying Our Best, the players that we've seen in the generations of Bleed Esports especially, they were there in that roster for good reason. They're not there right now for other reasons, not to their gameplay. And it got so very close there till the tail. And great effort also from San, as well as Styron. You gotta give it to Retla 2, who did perform early on in the past few days for Trying Our Best. But that's gonna be it for them on their road of fun and merriment. BOOM Esports, they meant business this series.
Oh yeah, Boom, especially with NC Slasher in those later rounds, really brought that A game. He needed to, especially when Berserks and Famous, even though, as you can see here, 16 and 18 kills apiece, nothing to laugh about. They weren't underperforming, but it was to a point that they could only be good with getting the sights. The mid round, the clutch of the round needed to win and get those numbers to your team. That's when NC Slasher was the only one remaining. That's when he started to pick up the slack, pick up the pace, and save his team from maybe even losing this one and getting us into a game 3.
Yeah, he was quiet near the first half, quiet for a few of those rounds. But ever since he got that 3K towards A and then the clutch towards B, it was the same old NC Slash that we've been seeing all throughout this tournament, all throughout this bracket. Which means now we only have 3 teams left in the running. But quick little recap of the score, guys. 30-7 in favor of Boom on their own map, Pickhaven. And then you move on to Trying Your Best, picking up Split, but they do drop it in overtime, 14-12 instead in favor of Boom. What a run Boom has had though, and they will be seen playing again tomorrow.
100%. They're going to be seeing who they will be facing off actually tomorrow for later's match, actually. Who will be dropped down into the lower finals? We'll have to see, guys. It's going to be Fancy United and Oasis Gaming in the upper finals when we come back from the break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line, I know that I'm near it. Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the.
Yeah. Foreign gal, foreign whip, boy, roll through the street, yeah. Body's on 10, my gosh, look at all the features. Baby, from your head to your waist, you the real deal, yeah. If them want run your race, put them in them. Girl, your body winning, winning, oh no. I wanna be the guy you winning, winning, oh no. Girl, your body winning, winning, oh no. I wanna be the guy you winning, winning, oh no. Yeah, yeah, you could lay it all on me, let it fall on me. I never lay your body down. You could lay it all on me, let it fall on me. I never do your body wrong. You could lay it all on me, let it fall on me. I never lay your body down. Anytime you want me, they call on me. Baby, I'ma come around. Come around. Stay around. Cause you're winning, 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 yeah. Sexy, where you get it from? She said from she mama. She from the West Indies, she not deal with the drama. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bumper so big, my gosh, bring it back like karma. You could lay it all on me, yeah, baby. Girl, your body winning, winning, oh no. I wanna be the guy you winning, winning, oh no. Girl, your body winning, winning, oh no. I wanna be the guy you winning, winning, oh no. Yeah, yeah. You could lay it all on me, let it fall on me. I never lay your body down. You could lay it all on me, let it fall on me. I never do your body wrong. You could lay it all on me, let it fall on me. I never lay your body down. Anytime you want me, they call on me. Baby, I'ma come around. Follow me, follow me. Follow me, follow me. Follow me.
Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted. I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger.
We have just witnessed a masterclass here from NC Slasher in terms of the clutch. NC Clutcher is what we're dubbing him, but of course that's over. They've beaten Trying Our Best and they keep themselves alive. Now moving into the lower finals. Here, coming into the upper finals from that break, guys, we're preparing for Fancy United Esports versus Oasis Gaming.
And here we have it. Upper bracket finals is a goal, ladies and gents. And I'm very excited for this one because it means that we're going to get our first grand finalist, Asurai, tomorrow. They're just going to be one match away from taking that SEA spot to get into the main event, to be flown on over to Bangkok, Thailand. It just is so exciting to wait and see who will actually take that spot. But of course, whoever drops in the series, they still have a chance tomorrow, but they're going to have to face off against BOOM Esports, which is an absolute titan in the lower bracket. It's also very exhausting if you think about it, because if you lose here, you play against BOOM, and if you manage to win that matchup, you still need to play a second series on the same day versus the team that beat you the day before.
Ooh, that's actually a pretty interesting fact to point out there. It's all going to be about the stamina. So right now, actually, this is going to be, as you mentioned, quite the important match. You just don't want to be put in that position. Anyways, Fancy United now in front of our eyes. Cruz, been stellar on his Omen, I would say. He replaces Nizzy, who was a duelist, so giving that to Jin, who has been performing quite well. But I think the biggest two factors right now that I have been very much impressed by from the Fancy roster, Fisho, and more importantly, Yes, I Can. What a tactician. What a mastermind using these off-kilter agents that we don't really see that often and use it to perfection here with the rest of his team.
Yeah, your resident Viper Fisho, your resident Clutcher, Yes I Can, your resident duelist in Jin. And speaking of Jin, he has basically the highest ACS of the tournament so far from what we've seen for the past few days. But on the opposite end, they have to deal with the lone PH rep still standing. Oasis Gaming, you got Kelly S, Savvy 8K, Marky, Wild Oreo, and Draxi. And the big one for them has to be the fact that they vanquished their usual rival Naos Esports from the upper bracket last time around to make it here. And now they're the only ones raising the flag of the Philippines moving forward.
Oh, yeah. Can they do it, though? We have seen, again, a tendency for Filipino teams to really just get into their own heads when the going gets truly tough. Once they reach that upper echelon of the tournament, you know, these upper finals, these upper semis, that's when they start to really struggle. We've seen it before. We've seen it yesterday with Naos. We've seen it in another tournament with Secret. Will we see it right now for Oasis? It's a tough thing to really go for, but that feels like the Filipino curse that we have been seeing time and time again in the international stage, wherever tournament that we see them play on.
I mean, they've been very efficient here for Oasis Gaming. You have both Wild Oreo, Savvy 8K, even add in, I believe, Marky to be in the top 10 of the aces of the tournament so far. For the bans that we're getting, Sunset, Breeze, the first ones removed from this game. And Lotus, of course, gonna get picked by Oasis. This is the map they picked versus Naos. They won it, albeit barely. It was 13-11. And Fancy United, they responded kind of with Haven. And I see now, we always thought Oasis to still be a Haven-centric map, but Naos has exposed a glaring weakness on the Oasis front on that map.
Okay, looking quickly into the last ones. Okay, so we're going to be going to Split for our last, which I'd say is a pretty decent Oasis pick as well. This is, I think, a wonderful, wonderful ban selection for both teams. I honestly feel like Fancy right now have really conditioned themselves to play efficiently on the three-sided maps, which is both of the maps that we will be starting with, which is Lotus on Haven. So pretty exciting, and I'm so excited, or rather, I'm so interested and so ready to see it already happen.
Yeah, personally, if you look at the stats, Fancy United might be on the back foot moving into the latter half of this map series. But on the other foot, man, it's just Boom Esports lost to Fancy on both Haven and Split. So there is that confidence for Fancy United to pick that map up after that win versus Boom. They ran that Gecko in that second map, but we're moving into our map draft here on Agent Select rather, for Lotus. And already you can see it. Breach for Yes I Can. Fish Show gonna be running that Viper. Double Control is effectively a standard for Fancy United by this point.
Yeah, same thing with Oasis too. We're just seeing a slight differential on the Sentinel as well as the Initiator, but again, this is because Jin really loves to play off of Yes I Can stuns and flashes. For Marky, it's a lot more allowing them to just kind of secure angles first and and then just push in. For Fancy, it's the opposite. It's shoot first, check angles later kind of deal, especially with that breach. So that's going to be the different matchup that we'll be seeing here.
I mean, there's a bit more artistry to that for Fancy United, but it is pretty much the core of their play anyway. And I see from Oasis Gaming, speaking of cores, right, you have a map like Lotus prioritize because you want to have that Raze instead of the Jet. And that means Kelly S is going to be on that dual duty. He's the one assigned for Raze for this roster since Savvy 8K is taking that backline approach. And you understand why Oasis is actually prioritizing Lotus over their historical pick of Haven because of that configuration. And we will see it in the second map, sure. We will see the Marquee Jet perhaps coming into play there. But as of right now, Oasis is trying to cater to their more new additions and giving them the spotlight here.
And this is a great strategy, I would say, for Oasis here. As you mentioned, they are catering to the newcomers for this particular team, but these newcomers are well veterans already down the mark. Again, as you mentioned already, Kelly S has just been such a mix-up here from Georgie, but I do like this because the two differences that I've seen from both of these players, moving from Georgie to Kelly S is Georgie, he's the player that had to learn how to play with the team rather than being the solo Jet. For Kelly S, he was always that one, and he just needed to get even better with how he executes that. So he fits, I think, like a glove, even more so here for Oasis.
Yeah, I'm looking here for Fancy United. Can they actually perform this time on Lotus? They dropped it versus Boom when they faced off against each other in the upper bracket, and I guess one of the points of concern really was the value from their initial locations. Yes, I can. He fragged out in that map because of the clutch, but coming into the setup, this was a problem because they were getting overrun. Oasis, they know that breach is going to play from tree. They know Jin will want the swing from main and look to peek out towards rubble, and they don't want to contest against that. They move into C where Suka awaits them.
Yeah, again, we saw how difficult it was for Oasis to deal with that setup. Just trying to fight it might not be the best strategy here when you're committing so many resources and possibly even losing a fight there. So just go for that more shortness of attack on the C side as they set it up there. You can already see there's no tripwires here. There is a camera somewhere hidden onto the side, but that's going to be a free plant and a 5v5 on the post.
And immediately to the mound, Oasis Gaming will look to play. They also have the turret still on anti-flank duty. So Savvy 8K, a different plan. He's already on a long rotation to try and navigate through. Trip Bar gonna be in his way. And while that happens, it's Fancy already on side. Jin looking to beat that first contact through the smoke. Marky finds two. Draxi Wild Oreo on the board as well. And it's all Oasis now. While Suga gets one, it's Marky with the 3K. And Oasis Gaming, they take the pistol.
That was, again, just Oasis waiting for Fancy First to start pushing through the smoke. The double up, perfect there. The follow-up after also pretty much felt. And giving Marky all of these kills, 3 already to his name, just, again, elevates the chances that he can assist the team a whole lot more when he's going to be playing on that sky. And because of the surge of money for Marky, he's going to be the one to already commit himself to the Phantom. While on the flip side here for Fancy, just going to be the Sheriff for Jin. He's just going to be looking for these angles. Look at the Quadra stacked right now for Fancy outside on C. But the rest of Oasis, they've gone the opposite direction. It's going to be straight up A site here.
It's alarm bot value. As soon as he gets his intel... Oh!
No, the turret should spot them though still.
Yeah,
on
exactly. I got hype for effectively nothing. Oasis, they hear the turret getting broken, so they should be pushing into A by this point. I just want to point this out, Asurai. Oasis is our non-Ascension invited team, so Fancy and Oasis have not actually played against one another until now. And well, Fancy United, they're getting a face full of Oasis by this point. Savvy 8K with the point of contact. Yes, I can. Low HP Savvy the same. Savvy's had enough. He says, I'm out. Marky, you got this? No? Paint shells, Kelly, yes, please. And Oasis Gaming, they should be able to take this round. Fancy, you like the attempt with the rotation. But eventually, Oasis, they have the Killjoy on watch duty. So 2-0 in favor of Oasis.
Yeah, they don't want to risk anything, man. I mean, those are some class rifles in their hands, so they don't want to they don't want to lose it that early and be forced to buy awkwardly onto the bonus. And speaking of the bonus, this is a really respectable bonus here for Oasis. Rifles in hand, except for Kelly S, but that makes sense. You want to give him as much tankability with the shield or with the full shield as possible, because he's going to be double satchelating in to the site again, effectively the entry fragger for the team. But this bonus, if you're looking for something in terms of firepower that can lead you somewhere, this is where you want to be.
Oasis Gaming, they're looking to play into C yet again. Suka though has the gun in hand this time around. Kelly, yes, a beautiful clear trailblazer, 2+ the paranoia. Utilized by Oasis Gaming to get onto the site. Fancy United, they're prepared for this. It's going to be 5v5 retake for the time being. Oasis, though, knows the plan. Into Mount they go again.
I really like that. They force top C so that nobody can hold that angle there. And effectively, again, no one can spam shoot through the smoke, the planter, making it safe for Draxi to, again, plant that spike so they can just play this post plant. Lots of nades being thrown already from the Nano Swarm. I think even the Paint Shells was saved here by Kelly S. We'll just have to see how that kind of goes. They are forced to push through the smoke, and it's nobody actually defusing. There's the nade. That's going to hit a lot of players, and Fancy United, they're out of time.
Yeah, it felt like there was hesitation suddenly from Fancy to even push through the smoke when Oasis was mostly blinded. They just don't know what's going on the other side. And it's enough for Oasis Gaming to keep spamming, to keep going, to keep peppering the objective plus the waterway to find those kills. And because of it, Marky's ready now with the Seekers. Draxi's here ready with the From the Shadows. 7 kills from Marky also. That's something to take out without dying as of yet. It's all Oasis so far.
That's just clean. I love the thought process right now for Oasis and Fancy, that you as a team that usually is able to adjust quickly on contact, doesn't have an answer for this at all. Might need to actually start rotating more players on C when they have the gun rounds. They've only done it once with the pistol, so that's a little bit more difficult. You do see the difference of where the camera was placed, that Suka just is able to find him, and they're going to try to mix something up here. They're going to try to at least bring him somewhere closer, but it's not going to work out. That dog too strong, as well as the follow-up from Kelly.
And because of the camera placement, that's why you see Wild Oreo, or rather Kelly S, actually setting up that utility to watch out for Ben. The Pain Shells providing pressure, and here we go yet again. Also, anti-eco for Oasis. Fancy, they only have really Sheriffs to work with in this round. Oasis don't need to block those sightlines this time. They do want to go for the contact point. Marky gets Fisho. The TP from Drax to get the cover. Marky fell, sure, but Savvy 8K getting damage. Yes, I can. Fighting back. But it's a 2v1 now. And Fancy has to be some of those miraculous shots from Yes I Can to secure this round. Peekaboo, Draxi sees you. It's a 4-0 now as Oasis is starting to run away with things.
They really are running away with this one, but again, there is still that time for Fancy to try to readjust, reacclimate their maneuvers around there, maybe even a tactical timeout, as they are struggling just to figure out what to do with that C-side push. And this has effectively just been the only thing that Oasis has been doing. There has been some positioning around that A side, but again, it hasn't truly been the big push here for Oasis. Always that C. Now they do mix it up. They leave Suka to go on the A side. That's going to be the very aggressive push, and it actually backfires on them. But hello, doors open. Bishop finds an opening. Dust settles. That's going to be the 2 for 2. Seekers will get that information as it tries to clear up the rest of the map, and the call for Oasis is try to go for A.
Did you see the mirror image basically happen on this map? Asurai, they flipped the setup for Fancy United. Cypher go A, everyone else go C, go for the contest, and it got brilliantly bloody, honestly. So Oasis, they're gonna be able to set things up with Marky putting that spike down. They've navigated away from the trippers as well, and it should be Savvy K knowing that the staircase is the danger point. Trailblazer though, getting incels. Oasis knows Fancy's coming from the high ground.
Here. Hawk out. Blinded.
Low Suka is knocking through the corner, opening your presence a little bit early for Christmas, and they're able to at least pick that one up. There's so much utility. The counter smoke, the counter flash. Oh, the stun on the Savvy. Can start pushing him in. They need to tap the spike right now. Gonna get a rile out of Oasis here. 2 versus 2 still. Got it, yes I can. And Jin, he's so... Did he think the tree was still compromised? In any case, he's not gonna be able to defuse this. He's even punished by Savvy. That's going to be a complete wipe, but it doesn't matter because they keep the round in their hands.
I felt like there for Fancy United, they were hesitant because they couldn't really find Draxi as much early on into a potential swing. And it was so wise by Draxi, actually, to TP away to provide cover for Savvy if that was the case. That teleport also was that problem. Exactly why you'd see Jin have second doubts of what's going on this different angle. Could they have been flanked by their opponent? That was a concern, sure, but in the end, it was Oasis the one showing their presence, and it was the missed timing for Fancy United that makes them fall on apart. And you can see now a timeout called by Coach Kawa. It's just a concern really here for Fancy United that even with the mix-up on the setup, Oasis adjusts so quickly that they still find the right side to hit.
Okay, just off topic real quick. Is Coach Kawa like that coach from Slam Dunk? You know, the... Oh, sorry, that's Anzai. My bad. All right, moving on.
What?
For some reason, I thought that he might have just, you know, named himself after one of the coolest coach in anime history. Never mind. All right, moving on. Intrusive thoughts winning a little bit that time.
Dude, this guy's been the coach for Fancy A, like what? Since last year, since the start of last year or something? Put some respect in the name, man.
I am respecting it. That's why I asked if he modeled his name after an awesome coach. You know.
Dude, I don't even remember if the team in Slam Dunk actually won their division.
No. That's why they did a continuity, because
yeah. Didn't Sakuragi have to go to rehab or something? I forgot their names.
Not rehab, dude. Just he just made himself better.
Muscle rehab, not the other kind.
Yeah. All right. Let's get back into this one because it's gonna be the retake. My bad. That's on me.
It's
guys.
okay.
Sorry.
The plant was uncontested, so we had time to talk about Slam Dunk. And this time around, let's see if Fancy United can basically goaltend. These Cruz catches out Draxi. Fancy though from the high ground yet again. Kellyets with the contest. Kellyets gets the one, but that's all he'll get for this dip so far. The heal comes online though. Okay, Marky gotta shoot now. Here comes the Neural Tefto into play. Savik still wins from the backline. Marky, the shot while stunned. No fear whatsoever. 11 HP left here for Yes I Can. But Yes I Can, he's doing it again. 3 for Yes I Can. But he's run out of time. The Moxie's there, sure, but the time isn't. And Oasis now, it's 6 for them.
Grab Savi. Ah, no bullets. Guess I was like, yeah, I figured he might try to do something cheeky. Not gonna happen this time, though. They're really struggling finding some contact here. The conditioning for Oasis was, guys, we need them to fear C. Now every site is open for us. We still have a lot of tricks up our sleeves, and this is the specialty that this team that we've seen multiple times in the past be just excellent at, which is literally having great set plays. And you can see that so many options right here and right now, while Oreo's getting a little bit of that contact as he backs away. The push from Jin is actually going to flush him out. This could allow them to get that C site uncontested, but the number dwindles a little bit for Oasis here in that 4 versus 5.
Yeah, give a high five there to Fishio as well. That lineup actually catching out Wild Oreo perfectly. Tripwire also being a bother, but the showstopper is sent! And it doesn't find anyone. Pain shells, though, it is huge to do the damage that needs to be done. Kelly Esto spotted Suka, able to put the pressure on, and now Fancy United have the numbers advantage moving forward, but still, angles being held here by Oasis. Time is on their side. Draxi, though, looking to swing with a flash from Marky. Yes, I can is the one all alone there, and Oasis Gaming, they're hit by the paranoia. Savvy K, does he spray? Jin on the board. Draxi, he delivers with 3. Marky's still sticking around on the safe plans, and Fisho, he'll wipe the floor off the members, but they run out of time. Oasis, they get away with it. One more round for them.
Again and again and again. It just seems like there's not enough time in the world here for Fancy to clean up Oasis, deal, get close to the spike, start defusing it, just shy of. I thought that was a bad motion for Kelly to be playing that nearby when it gets scanned out by Suka, especially losing to Suka there. The idea was, after the pain shells, maybe he can tuck himself in the corner. He gets cleared out, and I was like, oh no, this is not looking too good. They might not have the numbers anymore. Then they get that setup. Then Draxi starts to step up. Then they start buying a lot more time. Then the panic for the rest of Fancy starts to take in, and that's where it gets a lot dangerous here for Fancy United.
Yeah, just unfortunate. That was their best chance, and especially Suka there stepping up to catch out Kelly S. But then Draxi popping off. Usually your support player. He's finding form here in this tourney. The toxic screens, they do intersect as the gas
I've got your
collapse. They run out of cover to work with. And Oasis, they hustle towards C. I am concerned though, the Seekers, I do believe it will be going mostly to the east side. Suka, he needs to be found here by Oasis. I love the setup with the one-way, but there's an opening, and that gap that Wild Oreo utilizes allows Oasis now to go for the seaside, to go for the pit, and even net these kills along the way. Savvy provides. It's all Oasis now.
Just swipe those biometrics.
I honestly thought Suga could have gotten 2 there. He was tagging them so efficiently, and then there was an invisible hopscotch that both the players of Oasis was doing, just jumping up and down, and the refrag came through. And of course, as Marky lives and breathes, he will have that regrowth for that heal. I mean, these little bits, man, it's just not working for Fancy here. They're trying to go for the heroics here, and it's just one step away from being that. But that one step, not really done. And Oasis just steamrolling with it.
For Fancy United right now, they're struggling to understand the Oasis approach to these rounds. And I think they find the answer by now, but Kelly S. So quick. If Marky's on the sky, Oasis is looking nigh unbeatable with the pop flashes. And it takes such a great effort for Fancy to try and fight back. Suga gets one of his own, but that's the only one they gotten so far. Yes, I can. He's also been having moments to actually get these kills, but this time he can't win against Draxi's rifle. From 8-0 to 9-0, it's getting tough for Fancy here.
Are we going to get ourselves a quick burst on Lotus? Again, we know that there is a lot more options for that attacking team here on Lotus. You're able to spread out your opponents much more thinly on a 3-sided map. But this is just ridiculous, Dax. Oasis have such a control into this, and we haven't even been feeling any heartbeats here for Fancy. Just a flat line of defense for the moment. What's going to be the mix-up? Again, an aggressive push on A and B to pinch, but no one's there, no one's home, and C site wide open for the attacking team.
Yeah, Kelly S. was trying to see if there would be any kind of swing, but it's all Oasis on to C again. And you look for Fancy United, what do they have in their response? This isn't the round where they have the Rolling Thunder nor the Showstopper. It might be difficult for them to cross because the lockdown's also there to buy so much space and time. Oasis, they go back into Mount as per usual. This will be free real estate for Oasis, and Barky breaks the boom bot now. Perhaps expectations for Fancy United, the ones playing towards the site itself. There's a smoke. Marky with the pop flash, making a play, but it's only a 1-for-1. The TP on in for Draxi also. Always a presence for Oasis, moving into bend right now. Wild Oreo, Kelly S. It's Oasis getting the kills here. Jindo letting loose the Showstopper, but he's already fallen. 1v1 as time is ticking. In another instance for Yes I Can, it's just deja vu for him. He's put in a clutch situation. He barely has anything to work with. Oasis make it double digits.
My God, how do you even try to go against that, right? If you're going to be 1 versus 1 against Wild Oreo, who can control the turning off of that smoke, you have that passive decay or that decay on your HP, and then he just swings it perfectly. Again, reducing the HP first, swings, checks. If it's half, if it's dangerous, he's gonna commit the fight. If not, he's still gonna toy with you to decide to force you to fight against him, to react against him, and it doesn't work out. Fancy is in trouble. They have big ultimates here, Dax. They have something to work with, but the big problem is they just can't find Oasis at that maximum point of contact for them.
Yeah, just Fancy United look rattled right now compared to their incredible outings in previous days. It's such a point of concern when you don't have, perhaps, the right ultimates at the right time. They do have the Rolling Thunder now at the very least. And the swing comes on in. Fancy, they contest Mount, keeping Oasis at bay. Wild Oreo dips a little too long. Kelly S also stepping up to the station. 2 for him before he's felled. Fish already with the frags. Rolling Thunder gonna be the answer. And Fancy have gone for the full send. Suka also staying on site. Ready to fight, ready to get around. Fancy needed that one.
That is a one round buffer here for Fancy. At what cost? Just the
Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, I'm basically saying
the non-emo Nightfall Asurai.
Yeah, not the true Rolling Thunder. No emo Rolling Thunder. It's not emo Nightfall. Nightfall's already emo. So
I said non-emo.
Ah, non-emo Nightfall.
It's like the classical Nightfall. It's basically...
Alright, Dad.
Okay.
You don't understand.
Well, I understand Kelly S is in. Kelly S has gotten 1. That's pretty crystal clear, Asurai, as the Showstopper gets value. And Oasis, they're back here for the A skirmish. Kelly S gets 2 for his troubles. Cruz, though, finding Draki in response. And it's a bit of a problem for Oasis. The cross is a little bit dangerous, but the doorway will provide a different avenue of entry. Kelly S mows them down! It's 4 for him. On pace, looking for the ace, never mind. Wild Oreo finishes the job off, and it's 11-1 to end the first half.
And here's the problem for Fancy. It's not that they're bad players. It's more of because of how quick Oasis have been playing these rounds, they're not put into a position where they're mentally prepared to defend or react against the swing. And because of that, they kind of panic. And you see that with how they're approaching Oasis here. They're like, oh my gosh, Kelly S is already right in front of me. If I don't deal with him, there's going to be like 2 or 3 people that's going to start following up. And that's when, again, Fancy players start tripping up here. It's just a catch-off that Oasis has been absolutely perfect. And Fancy, from how they've been moving to the reaction that Oasis have been pressing out, they're trying to react as quickly as they can, but they're still too slow to really do anything to defend against it.
Yeah, the only round that worked so far was the Blitzkrieg, so perhaps Jin can actually lead the pace of the round. The problem is that Turret catches the peek onto Ben. Wild Oreo, he's in trouble. He gets away with his life barely. Jin is just trying to go for the Pokin Pro to confirm the kill. The paranoia is the play. Oasis getting in there before the spike plant even goes down. Waldorio on the border alongside the rest of the roster. And Savvy 8K with the 3K. Okay, Oasis, they're on map point.
Wow. Wow. That was just clean of a retake here for Oasis. Fancy frantically trying to get these picks once that paranoia was thrown by Draxi, and then you just see them separating or getting separated forcefully by Oasis, trying to fend off each and every attack individually. Cannot find that rhythm together, which we have seen Fancy be so well known for at least this tournament. I think nada against Oasis right now, and it really does go to show 12-1. A big struggle right now for Fancy. We might be just be looking to go straight into that second map already, because this might be over.
And it's only upgraded pistols, I believe, for Fancy United, plus armor, a single Spectre to provide the firepower. There needs to be the most accurate shots for Fancy United just to keep them alive in this map. Jin already navigating through the scene made by the Viper, but here comes the shot from Jin. Eventually, Savvy 8K will be clocked. Waldorio, though, finding Yes I Can. I believe that's the only Spectre, and Waldorio mowing them all down. He's still alive, he's still kicking, he's still going. And Oasis Gaming, they have to only deal with one more target. It's 2v1. Suka provides a lifeline, but Kelly S also running in, and Oasis Gaming run over Fancy United in this map. 13-1. Oasis show us a masterclass on Lotus. Whew.
If ever they win the series, their opponent that's going to be coming from the lower finals will have to ban Lotus right now. It feels like this is a locked down map for Oasis, probably one of their newer favorite maps that has just looked so stellar. Again, with the addition, as you mentioned at the start of this series, at the start of this map, that the new additions fit a lot, or they're trying to make these additions fit a lot better. And in Lotus, it looks like they have really locked and loaded whatever they want to happen on this one. So that's going to be about that for Lotus. Now we try to set ourselves up for Haven, which is another three-sided map that we know Oasis plays damn well good.
Yeah, historically, Oasis loves that map of Fancy United. They pick it for a reason, and they feel confident with their approach. I do feel, though, for Fancy, this was an off day, an off map compared to what we've seen so far, and it's an honest assessment because we expect more impact to come in for Fancy United. You'd see that there were some rounds that they have the kills, but they just run out of time. You'd see there are moments where Yes I Can, it's like, how do I even do this, man? It's not gonna be viable at all. And it's a heartbreaker for Fancy United because they worked so hard to beat Boom Esports in the last series. They still have a map to go, if ever. They still can force a decider, but it's ill tidings from what we saw so far. And what's even more, perhaps, is one factor I wanna point out here is Cruz really struggled. Cruz has been that new addition to Fancy United that has been impressive so far, but this is one of the first maps we've seen him really underperform compared to his usual standard.
Well, it was also, I think, the fact of just Fancy not really rotating more through the rounds that they were getting bullied out by Oasis. You saw the setups for Fancy was basically the same, with just a tiny bit of like changing where the tripwires were going to be. They never really mixed up too much to counteract Oasis here. Maybe that's the problem that transpired right now for Fancy. The only time that we saw them be aggressive was that one that they got the catch onto Wild Ori. They tried it again for a second time, but then nothing happened. Maybe a mix-up of trying to go through C-Long is going to do something. They did also do that once they had that the Rolling Thunder. But again, those are just too far and few in between to really matter against Oasis here. So with all of that, we're going to be setting ourselves up for Haven. We're going to go on a short break. When we come back, we'll see who goes to the grand finals here at Clash of Nations. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Why don't we take a trip, quick flight overseas? Somewhere you ain't never been and slide on something. It's got me wondering. Why don't we take a trip to the 513? Take a shot at the liquor and slide on something. And it's got me wondering. Why don't we quick trip to Miami and back, ayy. Down a party, let me know where it's at, ayy. Drop top off the coupe in the fast lane. Pull up to the club, pull up with, tell them valet. Off the tequila, we mixin' a drink up. Hit up your friends, we all get to link up. Only do sins, we all getting teed up. Back of the bands, we in the seat up. 5 ways on a B&B. Turn it off, leave the phones on a D&D. Good view with the scenery. And we all for the grid. Lost in it, why don't we take a trip, quick flight overseas? Somewhere you ain't never been and slide on something. It's got me wondering. Why don't we take a trip to the 513? Take a shot at the liquor and slide on something. And it's got me wondering. Why don't we slide on something? Why don't we? It's got me wondering. Why don't we? If I throw it at you, would you quarterback back? One too many, I'ma quarter past that. Got one roll, then you better pass that. 2 throwed, I'm teed up, I mean it, that's facts. Why don't we get up out of here? Got your eyes on me, and let them interfere. Put it right on me. Go ahead, shot. Put your tide on me while I ride the wave. I'm wide awake. You know we gotta live in the moment, no time to waste. I know you wanna work to live and live to play. Forget that. Live life, take a sip. Why don't we take a trip, quick flight overseas? Somewhere you ain't never been and slide on something. It's got me wondering. Why don't we take a trip to the 513? Take a shot at the liquor and slide on something. And it's got me wondering. Why don't we slide on something? Why don't we? It's got me wondering. Why don't we slide on something? Why don't we? It's got me wondering. Why don't we?
I've been putting in the mileage. I've been playing out of pocket. Yeah, been a while since I lost my shit. I'm cracking smile 'cause I'm on it. Don't wanna wait for luck to change. As long as I'm ahead of yesterday. I'm cracking smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, took a lesson from the losses. While back, thought I was defeated. Lost track of my sense of being. I turned back just to catch a feeling. The comeback wasn't what I needed. So I look ahead and focus on the mindset. Just to wonder where the time went. In a rut, but I'm on the climb. I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it. Yeah, took a lesson from the losses. Oh, I don't wanna be a product of my caution. Yeah, I'll crack a smile 'cause I'm on it.
Impressive performance for Oasis here as they start off the series with a bang, 13-1 against Fancy United. Now, as we prepare ourselves for Haven, can they do it once again? Can they seal this series off, put them into the grand finals, and push down Fancy into that lowers finals against Boom for a possible rematch? We'll have to see as we are here now again. Yeah. There you go.
I mean, on one hand, Oasis Gaming, they're gonna love that the Fancy United has picked Haven just because of their history alone. But they have been shaken by that loss against Naos in their best of 3 on this map, which was the permaban of Naos against them for so very long. And you gotta understand why Fancy United has picked Haven up, because this is where we get the creativity that we always love to see and expect from Fancy United. You're gonna be getting that Phoenix from Jin, you're gonna be getting that Gecko into play, plus the double control. Such a unique way to play for Fancy United here on this map. And if you saw Asurai, how they usually play this, whether on the attack or the defense, they are just there to push for an assault.
Yeah, they have just been pressing so much for so long in that Lotus map that Fancy just felt pretty much stale at some point. They really couldn't find a rhythm through it all. They tried to go for the tactical timeout. Again, they tried multiple things, but again, it was just a little bit too far in between of these rounds. And afterwards, they stopped doing it. They felt maybe hesitant. They maybe felt afraid, wanted to Oasis to push a lot more into the site, maybe punish that. But Oasis never got punished, whether it's a combination of Oasis just having such a great entry strat that it works out every single time for them, or Fancy not being able to kind of cut that push in half. It just didn't pan out for Fancy, and that is where Oasis really struck hard in that first map.
Look, Fancy United, they just need to play the same way that they did in that one round that they took on Lotus. Play the aggressors, because with the comp that they usually run on this map, they're gonna lack so much of that staying power if it isn't the site where the Cypher's at. Yes, I can. Jin, they're gonna be in charge of retake duty. They're gonna be in charge of setting up the push duty, and they cannot be shaken from their foundations if they want to even stand a chance versus Oasis. And on the other hand, I think the concern for Oasis really is the mix-up on the Duelist and the Initiator. You're going for a Jet Breach instead of the Raise Sky that we saw there on Lotus. You're going to be changing up who's playing that Duelist with Marky in the front line, and then it will be Kelly S playing the supporting role. So is it going to be enough here for Oasis? I do wonder to seal the deal. Yes, their history says it all for this map, but it's a new look for them, and they need to show their identity on Haven too.
Well, speaking of showing that identity on Haven, we see ourselves Jin once again with the Phoenix, and yes, I can on his signature Gecko. This is the comp that really brought them that A game. So I'm so excited to see how this is going to be panning out, because this is...
I gotta stop you there. I gotta stop you there right now, Asurai. Oasis is changing things up. Marky's on the Killjoy.
Oh.
This means business from Oasis Gaming. Kelly S should be on the front line this time around. And I do wonder if they go for Jet plus Sova, or do they actually lock in that Raise and Fade together just for the combo. It's a different look from Oasis Gaming, because they already know Fancy United is gonna play something unorthodox. Might as well try something else out too.
You can't see the picks of your opponent, right?
You can't.
On
you can't.
agent selection. Yeah,
of
you
course
can't.
not.
Yeah. I'm just saying. But
you want to queue up right now?
Yeah, I know. Fair enough. All right, we've been seeing this too much from like the observer's perspective that sometimes I do forget. Because now I kind of remember, like, oh, maybe it's a pick and ban counter strat or something for agent selection. But no, that's not a thing. I mean, you can counter strategy pick your opponent's agent selection, but you can't see it.
Bro,
so
this ain't league. Okay.
I know.
You pick your agents.
And we were talking about League of Legends, so that's why. Apologies. Okay. We're sorry. All right. I'm sorry.
Hey, don't drag me into this. Yo. Look, I'm gonna set the floor for you, Asurai.
All right.
Fade, Breach, and Raise for Oasis Gaming. Thoughts? There you go.
I like it. It means because here's the thing. There's not a strong dash comp here for Fancy United. It's non-existent, right? It's going to be what we saw in Breeze when they play with this composition. It's what we saw on against Boom, which is setting Jin up inside those smokes. He throws out the flash. Then we have the wingman for an easy plant. It's a lot more condensed on certain points of interest outside of the site or in the site inside the smokes, and that is what we're seeing Oasis try to counteract with this composition they have with the C's as well as the nades. If they try to force themselves through this, yes, the rest of Fancy right now, they could actually get in trouble if they're not careful. But of course, that would be a perfect setting for Oasis if they can. If Fancy United can move away from that, then they can open up a site still pretty well, I would say.
Look, my concern here for Oasis is how much is prep work and how much is just adjustment.
Guesswork,
because yeah, there's so much flags to be raised. I don't know what color it is yet. That's right, don't worry. But for the Oasis composition, you can see how it can work on paper, but it's up to the execution, especially putting Marky on Killjoy duty when you think that they finally hammered down and having Savvy 8K be that dedicated sentinel. Here we go though with the execute. Jin going for the contact. Marky able to hold for his own, but yes I can is able to trade on back. Fancy getting 2, make that 3. Draxi though still on the round to give the advantage back here to Oasis Gaming, and it's 2v1 now. It's Oasis. They do want to go for the Prowlers also to try and clear out close. So you can see what the fade's all about too, Asurai. Not just for the Rays, but also for a potential retake to the Fancy United corners that are a lot closer than usual.
Oh yeah, it's what the Rays Fade main calls the haunt pop flash. So basically throwing your haunt right in front of you makes it much easier for it to actually tag opponents. Very, very strong if you use the tech. Anyways, Fisho, he's ran all the way through A. And this might actually have been a mistake for Walori to throw out his Prowler that early on, just because Fisher was so aware already of it, could hear it and spot it all the way from A long. So he just kind of went around. And that's going to be a full-blown retake here for the two of them. If Fisher can position himself correctly enough, maybe he can find it. And the timing is just going to be perfect. He's going to be able to get back into the site.
Oh, here's the lineup.
That's not going to hit him.
Yeah, okay. Oh, you mentioned it. Oh, it's hurting. It's hurting.
Yeah, but it's not through the smoke, though.
That's, at the very least, halfway done by Oasis already. And this should be the stick to get the job done. Fisho gets 3, make that 4. But it's only consolation as Oasis take the round.
I wonder what was the reason for him to actually place the spike right there?
Yeah.
Knowing that he could plant it a little bit more to where he'd at least be able to pop shots through the smoke. Again, there was a corner where you saw Wild Oreo, even though he was taking damage from the snake bite, he was not inside of the
cloud.
Of the cloud, exactly.
Yeah, and maybe just in that angle, right? You'd want to give false intentions that you can defuse from there, but then still get the pop shots going. It's unfortunate for Fancy United because it's another round that we see in the series where they kill everyone, but they still can't get the win anyway. And now the anti-eco is afoot. Oasis Gaming is just going hunting, but yes, I can does make his own stand happen. It's only the Frenzy though, didn't even bother picking up a gun. The element of surprise was the plan there for Fancy United, but Oasis were ready to receive.
I actually thought it was going to backfire for Oasis there. Savvy was spotted by like 3 players as he swung out. You can already hear the strumming of the drums. You know, the to be continued song. I didn't tune it out properly. But anyways, Fancy United, they got themselves the Vandals. Half shields though, so these sheriffs, this Guardian can hurt if they're not careful, and we've seen that happen against them. Very cautious. They should be very cautious about it.
Yeah, and they go for the C's and the paint shells just to prevent any kind of push. But while my co-caster is also a part-time synthesizer, apparently. Yeah. It is Oasis, though, going to be struggling more so on the guns here on their bonus. This is a very good chance for Fancy United to get on the board, especially if they're not caught here by Short or Marky, as well as Savvy, are playing that waiting game. It's interesting, really, that Savvy's been moved over, but he does play the breach better than anyone in this roster right now. Suka, though, gets the better of Draxi to begin the round prior. And Fancy United, they're just waiting here to see what they can actually find in terms of angles.
Yeah, again, they have so much time. They already got themselves the pick. There's no need to start rushing in to a site where they might have a mistake of just, again, being caught up. Suka, ooh, Kelly S. actually tucks himself into the corner. Suka might not be aware of it. And as he drops down, Kelly's just swarming him with the Guardian
30
bullets.
seconds left.
Could force them to go elsewhere, and they might actually try to go for A. But look at this, it's an A-long push. Double Nano Swarm in that position. If they get stunned and caught inside of it, this might be drastically bad for Fancy United.
Well, there's the swarm, the stun, the second swarm, plus the aftershock. But Jin providing cover with the Blaze. Savvy AK! It's just automatic from Oasis Gaming. The Sheriffs ring through, and now, yes, I can. He sees the odds stacked against him. It's a free defuse here for Oasis Gaming. Yes, I can. Saving the Vandal for a brighter day, but it's dim for Fancy United. It's looking dark as Oasis, they take a bonus round.
That's gotta hurt. Again, the woes continue here for Fancy United. Exactly that. They played into the hands of Oasis, wanting them to push on that A site where all of the KG utility for Marky was set, primed, and ready. The flash from Jin, it was good, but you saw Kelly S react so quickly, and Savvy wasn't even fazed by it, so he gets a 2K with that Sheriff. And again, the half shields for Fancy when they're playing a lot more hyper-aggressive close quarter contact, it doesn't give them enough durability to hold on. Marky, spam.
You are a barrel laughs this map, huh? You're funny today for once. It's a miracle.
Oh,
you. Don't pretend that you're hurt. From ult smash to Marky go crash. It's Kelly S instead, who does find the takedown on the Suka. It's Oasis also with the flag, but Fancy United is making it work for it. Cruz gets one on the board. Here comes the showstopper as well, courtesy of Kelly S. He's going for the clear, but Draxy's trying to hold down the line. Jin playing hyper aggressive. 6 HP left for him. Thrash is available. It seems like the showstopper smashes onto the default, but it's 2v1. Flash gets a connection, preventing Jin from actually peeking on out. Savvy, though, keeping an eye out as much as possible. Kelly S, the same story, but oh, the hesitation to flick away. Jin, he's now known he will be spotted, and a single bullet's enough to get the kill anyway. 4-0 now. Oasis looking to repeat what they did in the first map.
Yeah, no flash for Jin there. If he had maybe another curveball, that could have been at least a helping hand if possible, right? But that flank was so well timed by Kelly as well as Wild Oreo, especially when there was such a huge commitment of the Viper utility from Fishio on A, allowing them to cross through, maybe try to bully out Marky here, and Oasis not missing a beat. This is where it gets problematic for Fancy right now. This is where a team needs to get their head out of the narrow vision here for Fancy United. Maybe even not the narrow vision, just the focusing on... Yeah, it kind of sounds like the same thing. Anyways, focusing on that one direction, Oasis is coming around from all angles, and you can already see them punishing Fancy United for trying to do something else elsewhere.
Kelly S is just rampaging to find the two Suka, able to quell at least those demons, but Marky's there with the angle. Flash is perfect from Savvy 8K, and everything's left to Jin now in a 3v1. Spike so far away out of reach, he has to run it back, but there's no running from Oasis. It's 5-0 here, Asurai, and it's the same shade of dominance we saw from the first map.
Crazy, crazy stuff from Oasis once again. It feels like they could do no wrong in this series. And Fancy just put at the back burner, man. This is not good. They have so many ultimates, but they're just on the pistols. They're going to try something. Jin is going to be on a Vandal. I like this. He has, he has the run it back. So it's a very usable ultimate right now with the weapon.
I think he just needs to find a pick and fast early on. Oasis, though, do you dare say, Asurai, honestly, that this feels like a counter comp from Oasis, the way that they just have the right utility versus the range that Fancy really plays right now. And Savvy 8K, there's no second life. You can't even set up with the first. Savvy 8K gets 2 of his own. Draxy's there too. And Oasis, the anticipation is just unparalleled. They know exactly where their opponent's coming from, and they get another round to boot.
And the woes again keep continuing for Fancy United. The spiral continues for the Vietnamese team. This is such a different spell from what we saw yesterday. All orchestrated by Oasis. Look at just how much Oasis have right now. They both have the Rolling Thunder and the Emo Rolling Thunder. So that's going to be quite the ultimate to try to push through if they're not able to find Wild Oreo or Savvy as they try to get a site. There's the combination. No one's going to be there. As you can see, Fancy's very aware of it, but it's more of like a mental thing now. Once you start hearing those, you're like, yeah, there's so much for us to deal with. What can we do against it?
And look at Fancy. They're forced to play defaults early on. Just wait to see if anyone will push from mid. But Oasis, with the two ultimates that you mentioned, they have so much range to work with now. The Rolling Thunder on one side, the Nightfall on the other, and it can potentially be an all-you-can-eat buffet from Oasis if this is gonna be a B hit from Fancy. They do force the issue though. Jin breaking the Nana's floor before it pops. They run it back, giving him a chance to fight through the veil. It's Fancy United making wonders happen. The Paranoid gets connection, but Jin sees 7AK close enough anyway. And it seems like Fancy United, they find their footing in this round. It's well done on the executes. 4v1. What can Marky even do by this point?
Probably not a lot, especially when Yes I Can's already clearing the angle here. Marky's not looking at the right direction. And Yes I Can cleans it up. That is what Fancy needs to be able to bring this map back. Turn it around. Now they got the weapons. Now they have some bank, and they have ultimates to spare. That Thrash is going to be able to clear up so much. And Oasis here, unaware of it. They thought that they could maybe hold B a lot longer, but not really too much. That Nano Swarm got cleared up very quickly there by Jin.
Yeah, exactly that. Oasis is probably assuming they're probably not going to push this as much as they would like because we have the Rolling Thunder and the Nightfall. The Fancy United, they have to be gung-ho. They still cannot relent the pace, basically. They need to keep going as soon as they're ready. And it gave Jin an anchor point to play that run it back. It gave the rest of the team a site to play with. And that's what we want to see from Fancy United. So kudos to them for that round. Of course, the job has only begun for the attack, as Jin is now moving in to try and contest B yet again.
Ooh, there's no utility B, and they actually start corralling towards A. Savvy might have a missed time on the read here. Spots it out, backs away immediately. Cage triggered. Thankfully enough, they haven't pushed through to B site, but that was just showing how much faith they have in Jin to slow peak that contact. Now he's making some noise right now on Garage, trying to avert some attention. Savvy still has his eyes set upon it, and it's going to be a 1v1 versus the Flashers. Who's going to be better of the two? 40 seconds. Jin wants this fight as the rest of his team comes onto A. Savvy's waiting for some noise. He's alone. Draxi spots it, tapping some shots. Here comes Savvy, and Jin is somehow gravitating all his attention, but that's going to be his life.
That's exactly the point. Get all the attention away, but the lockdown's gonna be the problem. Issue is the wingman can be on duty to get the job done and allow the rest of Fancy United to get the hell out of there. This does corral Fancy United though to play out A-long, and the pain shells, the Nightfall, they are trapped, they are found, and it will be the Thrash to go for the danger. 1 HP for Yes I Can, but he cannot fight. Oasis Gaming, they knew something was amiss, but they still hit the right utility, the right ultimate at the right time.
That gave away the position for Yes I Can, but I like the idea. If his Thrash can get a tag on at least something, he could have converted. Unfortunately, once he did so, every single teammate that he had has already been knocked down. Again, I do like the idea from Jin. I do like the call there from Fancy here, Daks. But they need something to fight back, and with that alarm bot just being such a bother, or excuse me, not the alarm bot, but the lockdown being such a bother, having Jin not there just be a lot more painful. Oh, hello, I see you.
In? Oh, way, Cruz. No way you can set anything up. But Fancy United, you forget that they are so strong at those shots, and they're willing to contest mano-y-mano. The face-off works in favor of Fancy. They get C sites right for the taking. And while Orio's busy with the Prowlers, Yes I Can keeps it safe, planting
Spike
onto the
planted.
back sides. What a way to potentially window here for Fancy United. Wild Oreo, a monumental task in front of him.
This is, again, maybe just a bit of hubris here for Oasis Gaming as they get heavily punished. Focusing a lot on that push.
Oh my god!
What? Oh, he spotted him too, Jin. This is in trouble, but hits the shot, saves the round. They looked at the wrong direction, Daks. They looked at the wrong direction and almost lost control.
That could have been a collapse for Fancy United, but Jin has been calm as a cucumber right now, as cool as can be, basically. That got scary, Asurai. Even I felt bad for Fancy United and the bailout there from Jin. Overall, though, exactly the point to make there. Oasis, they need to be careful when playing hyper-aggressive on these defensive rounds. Yes, they can get the one, but as soon as it becomes clear sightlines, Fancy United are big threats. You have to respect the aim on these players, especially Jin and Yes I Can. Speaking of, though, it will be the two to fall early on. Oasis anticipating it, and it's a better approach on this defense. It's already them just hanging back onto the site. Yes, it's an aggressive angle to peek out from, but at least they're not going for the full send.
Exactly. Again, they give themselves some space here to breathe, some coverage if ever. And now, there's a bit of guesswork to be had where the 3 split of Fancy is. They spotted one in garage, they spotted one in mid. The alarm bot triggers. And now Marky is aware as well. Excuse me, they're going to have to at least cover all entrances for now. But, I mean, Oasis are pretty fine with it. They can just wait as long as they can because there's like 5 people here.
There.
Haunts out, though. Oasis now going for the Prowler into the peak. Well done with the utility again. The stun, right? And it's status infliction again and again by Oasis. That's been so problematic here for Fancy United. The lineup also sees towards default, but this is just a hole that Fancy United is trying to play from. Cruz though blinded. The Viper Spit sure is online. They haven't found Cruz as of yet. The Barrel Draxi is seeing Cruz gets a second, and this can be big for Cruz, but Kelly, yes, he finds the last 2 standing. 3 for the round, and it's 8 for Oasis.
That's how you systematically break down every position inside a Viper pit. You basically have to sacrifice your teammates for it if they can't clear it out themselves, but then you figure out where your opponent is. You figure out the angles where you just pop your shots and everything. And of course, Raze, if you throw out your paint shells in the right enough position, it's gonna hit something. And you do see that perfectly executed here by Oasis Gaming. Fancy United, the struggle continues. And again, they were kind of coaxed to go for that mid-play, thinking that Oasis might have played a whole lot more outside, and it's a fair assumption, but Oasis used it against them.
Yeah, they're just outmaneuvering Fancy United at this point. The C's and the paint shells, the classic combo utilized, but look what's even ready here for Oasis. Draxi's paranoia can get maximum value if Fancy doesn't clear this quickly. The alarm bot's gonna be the signal, but Jin, he's in the front line, and he was not blinded by fear. Such gusto from Fancy to actually get in there and take the site.
They're going to be able to plant this. It's just a perfect spot, too. Big flanks coming in. They're going to get forced back. Do they? Okay, so here's the big problem. If they don't get any picks right now, there could be a reposition for Fancy to go on Heaven, and there's no smoke for Oasis here. And they still have to clear it so much. So this is perfect for Fancy, to be honest.
Yeah, and even the Snake Bite gets the connection of the Wild Oreo. He's pushing though through. Gets Jin, gets Fisho, so that's 2 on the board at least. Job's not done, and Cruz has the high ground against him. Fancy United, they looked death in the eye and they said, not today. Well done by Jin again to bail them out in a pretty problematic scenario.
Yeah, we talk about positioning, we talk about utility, the strategy, all that good stuff, but there's another thing that they forgot. Jin is cracked, so sometimes you just gotta rely on his capability to win those duels, and when he does, steamrolls it. What's even better here, Jin did not commit his run it back. Now he can use it to help out the offense here on the last round, on the first half. Just so that, this isn't the last round, Asurai.
I'm gonna give you a stat. You have made me laugh around like 6 times this half, so congratulations. You're incredible. Anyway, Fancy
You're breathtaking.
You're radiant. Fancy's gonna be knocking on the garage doors here, and you also have Marky on the other side. Here comes the stun though, as per usual. Fancy trying to provide cover, and it will be at least a 1-for-1 trade. So Fancy and Oasis already expecting one another. The window being cleared using the mosh pit. Run it back though. The call to open up this seaside. The paranoia getting connection on the Jin. Draxi tried to play a game of keep away, but he still cannot escape the wrath of Jin. And no Whoa, Kelly S! You think Jin would be able to get the garage control, but Kelly S says no fish. Won't be the answer, sure. But Kelly S! He's doing it yet again. 3 for Kelly S. The spike has been left behind now. And Cruz, he knows he needs to navigate through. His showstopper is the call. No escape! Say yes to Kelly S as he campaigns for a round for Oasis.
Man, imagine if Cruz actually got through spawn, maybe ran all the way through A. He could have used his From the Shadows to pick up that spike, but again, that's very much wishful thinking. Here's another thing, though. Jin was just coming back from his ulti, right? So yes, I can, and was trying as hard as he could to save Jin's body. I think Jin was also trying to react there, but then he just got punished by Kelly S. And ultimately, yeah, that's the issue when you have a run it back placed in such a precarious position. Garage, not really well defended by an attacker, because there's still plenty of angles that you can get wrapped around on, and you saw that happen in that particular one.
And it just goes to show Oasis Gaming, they saw this map draft and they probably smiled. This is the mastery that they've had in their history. A lead built, but at least Fancy United has something to work with here, Asurai. Coming into the defense, though, we watch how they play it versus BOOM Esports. It's mostly retake catered. So this A side for free, it's part of the plan. But of course, the plan is still perilous because Oasis will be ready for them.
No one's here.
Yeah.
Oasis have...
That's my point.
Yeah, exactly. So Kelly S saved up a nade as well. Not really throwing it for an attack. You know that they're trying to have certain utilities for this post, and I like it. It's going to delay so much right now in terms of the time, especially in this 5 versus 5. Jin, though, where did he come from? That's just going to be cleanup for Fancy. Where's Marky? There he is. Caught on graffiti. Red-handed.
All part of the Fancy United plan and a flawless way to begin onto the defense. This is huge for Fancy United because last time around, they lost out on that second pistol. They were forced to go for the force buy, and that was the game over state on Lotus. This time around, they have a buffer to work with. They're on the anti-eco, and they're showing Oasis, sure, that site may be free, but not for long because the retake possibility, and you mentioned it, Jin, just the timing to kick off the action in a blink of an eye.
Those are those kind of womp-womp moments. Just, you know, you thought you had it and then just plucked away from your hands. Cruz spots it out, smokes it immediately. And Oasis, just a quick hi hello, you know, securing those orbs if they can.
Salutations.
Surely. Greetings, fair traveler.
Well, instead of showing you the potions I sell, let's see now what Oasis Gaming can do as they pivot towards A. Jin, though, I think the only problem here is since Jin is going to be the solo anchor on the site for the time being, he only has a pistol. The firepower now will be provided, though, by Yes I Can's reinforcement from the back of site. And he's ready to anticipate any kind of push if ever. Tripwire also the jump peek gets the intel. Jin overrun, sure, but Yes I Can is the big threat. There you have the intel, there you have the taps, and it's Fancy right now getting the Guardian to get going. It's 2v2 though, Oasis inflicting damage towards Fancy United. And Marky, he's actually gotten on in, but Cruz giving chase. Oh, Cruz. He's in control. 2v1 now. The smoke is out too. And Savvy 8K will be found and knocked out. Fancy United, another round for them.
I actually thought it was going to be a continuity for that A side push, and then out of nowhere, just already looking at the minimap, they're halfway through the C site. That could have been something, but you're absolutely right. Cruz, with the quick rotations, was just perfectly able to respond to it. But this is where the true challenge lies for Fancy. Those were rounds where they could really bully Oasis due to the lack of the firepower. This time, it's going to be even across the board here. And even Fancy actually committing to some purchases just so that they can really rile up that rifle by Jin, trying to line up some headshots. Not really connecting any, and he's been spotted already here in A.
Yeah, Savvy 8K went Ferrari there, just wildly swinging in. In effect, though, this allows Oasis now to set up the fault line. We see Fancy United actually try and go for the side hold, and it's dangerous because of the Oasis utility. They're sticking around Graffiti right now, though. Beautiful scan off the Wild Oreo, gets the connection. Fancy United now trying to play the curveballs to Jin, causing so much chaos onto the side. It's 3v3, second curveball, but runs out of bullets. Cruz though with a fight back, Cruz with a double kill. Marky's the one standing here. And does he expect, in this instance, that Suka's right behind him?
He hears it too.
He hears it now. And suddenly silence as the window position's been taken. So Marky should have an inkling of what's going on. He'll commit on A site.
Does he have a turret that he can place right now? Just to kind of assist him in getting that extra information? No, he's just going to throw out his nano here. But I don't think that's placed in a spot where if the Cypher is somewhere hard on the right, it starts diffusing, it probably diffuse.
Hugs the wall.
Yeah.
Suka. The wall is your friend. Oh, he pops it early on.
Oh, that timing.
And now Suka's going to be able to cross through to a long short taken by Marky. It's
Now he
a
knows.
ring around between these two players right now. The Cyber Cage is into play. Suka on defuse duty. And he gets halfway. Can he actually get away with it though? Marky lines it up right. And a 4K for Marky to bail Oasis Gaming out. That was costly for Oasis, but at least now they're in double digits.
That's kind of wishful thinking there from Suka, that he could probably straight up diffuse that once the smoke, after the smoke dissipates. Marky's just going to say, it's not going to be a full diffuse. I can just, again, check you. And if you didn't try to have it, I'm just going to, again, have that scenario all well into my pocket. But you're absolutely right.
I will find
Huge defense for Fancy United. And what I really like about that is just how well they've been using Suka's tripwire in conjunction with Fishio's smoke, that Oasis haven't really adjusted to it for the past 2 rounds now.
Yeah, it's been a solid pick, especially when you see a Haven game without Sova in it, and you're asking where the scan's coming from. It's the setup for Fancy United that provides them the picks that keep Oasis on their toes. Speaking of Oasis right now, they're playing the defaults as Fancy United are bringing out the guns of their own. I'm honestly watching for this C defense here because the garage is going to be taken sure. The Prowler's there, confirm the corners, but it's the Cypher and the Gecko on site, and it's problematic for Oasis, so they back away and try to go towards A.
Jin's also preparing himself there, has to run it back, but of course he can't really use that if he's not in a safe spot, just because it's going to be so difficult to get away from this, especially with Kelly S having a satchel to charge him in. He's probably going to use this for a retake, possibly. They hear it, 30 seconds. If they slow the pace down any longer, this is going to put them in a critical spot in terms of that timer.
Left.
So what does Oasis have right now, especially with Cruz having the good timing on that paranoia?
Oh, but Kelly S, he's trying to get up there. Cruz, he gets the one, but Kelly S in response from the grave. The pain shells were primed.
17.
Jin has an angle with the curveball to Mosh Pit. Can't keep Savvy alive. Okay, Fisho! He just reels them all in. It's a line drawn by Fancy United. And they got the greatest catch of them all. The Oasis casualties. Well done by Fancy.
Gotta love that from Fancy. They saw that the timer was ticking down, and they still have so much to use to stop Oasis dead in their tracks. Cruz, again, starting off with the paranoia was huge. Again, Jin being there, delaying things further and further and further, and Fisho positioned themselves perfectly to pick up that 3K. And Oasis on this team not realizing the lack of time that they had or the less abundance of time that they had remaining. So that put them in dangerous territory because they had so much to clear, especially with Fancy United now sure that there was going to be that A-side push.
Well, they're gonna hustle this time around. B-side already taken here by Oasis. Fancy has to run it back though. Mosh pit's on. Run it back's there. Wingman also clearing out the backside. But look at the position from Kelly as he's playing out the ceiling instead, trying to go for the surprise. Into the Nanoswarm he goes, trying to chase after Fish Show. It's not enough. Oasis, they're lacking on the firepower, trying to be cheeky. No way. Suka denies any kind of entry. 5v2 now. Wild Oreo is just clocked by Fisho. Draxi, though, at least 2 with the classic, but this was a fancy round as soon as you heard the rally of the Run It Back.
100%. That was such a great push out from Fancy United. And again, very painless for them. They knew that Oasis was going to try to wrap around multiple angles, and now Fancy started to get control back into this game. This is what Fancy was looking for. This is the rhythm that they want to play at, the beat that they want to dance to. And the footwork and the movements around the map are showing it. They're starting to feel a whole and to look a whole lot more like themselves.
Yeah, Fancy United, this is what we expected from them with this composition. Coming into the defense, everything relies on the retake. There are times that you see them try to play the anchor. It's more so to force Oasis to use that utility early on. And everything is panning out in their favor. Oasis is the one befuddled right now. How are they not getting the catch onto Fancy, given the comp that the defense is running? It doesn't matter. The smoke shouldn't be a big problem to Oasis, but it's still providing enough cover for Fancy to get away with it.
And I love that from Fancy right now. Especially that, again, if they can catch Oasis, they have so much retake utility to really bank on. And if Oasis isn't careful and doesn't proceed with having post-plant lineups or anything, the Wingman is such a big threat. Because you already know if it's going to be a 5 vs 5 on that retake, there is always going to be that threat in the Wingman, and that's always going to pressure Oasis to peak more prematurely just to check it out. Again, it's so annoying to try to break and stop the defuse because it's small. Even though if it elevates itself on that spike for a easier quote-unquote headshot, the slimness of the Wingman makes it difficult, especially inside the smoke.
No, Wingman's been hitting the gym, man. He's incredible. And you know what else has been incredible? 21 kills, that Kelly S, as the scoreboard is shown one more time. But it might not be enough. Oasis needs to find something else. And with the showstopper, they're making their way towards C. See this stuff from Fancy United. They're willing to give it up. Retake still gonna be the plan. Lets it loose towards the window. Fancy now ready to scramble.
You should run. There.
This is what Naos did against Oasis, just playing this close into their own side of the spawn. This might not be good, especially with Jin having that flash in his hands. They're trying to push through this. Might be too much of a greedy aggression right now from Kelly S. They've already lost the one. He tries to place inside the smoke, but Fisher is very much aware of this. The Thrash gonna try to clear things out. It goes against Kelly.
Oh!
He does
Kelly's
get one.
alive.
And he has to try to be dealt with. But look at Suka on the flank. If he gets this kill, this is gonna be huge. Oh, the pinch. Jin, pistol, still survives. How is Sabi doing this? Here comes Kelly. Both are so low. Time? There's no time.
Oh! But there's no time. As the dust settles, Oasis take the round, and the pivot point there has to still be Kelly S as well as how Oasis received the Fancy United push. You start things off with Kelly, right? He moves it to Link, brushes through the utility, and for Fancy United, they think the Dizzy is enough to dissuade him. Fisho was marking his territory, trying to see if he could find Kelly S earlier on. But with Kelly winning that duel, basically, Fancy had always a problem breathing behind them. It allowed the rest of Oasis to find those kind of angles. It got so dicey. Yes, I can. Stellar shooting in a 1v1. You can rely on him. But the time that you mentioned, right, Asurai, just the way that they were stalled out, it's been a way for Oasis to win in certain rounds this series.
And that was so confusing too, because you'd think that Fancy United should have heard Kelly S actually still being nearby. And nothing, nada. Anyways, that's just going to allow them to plant the spike already. Nightfall used very early. Are they going to try to push out from this one?
Well, I mean, they're expecting it. They're expecting the push to come from Fancy as soon as possible. So using this early on is to buy some time, similar to the lockdown. Will it be enough, though, for Fancy United, for Oasis rather, to hold versus Fancy? Seems like the answer is yes, as they get to make that 3. Fisher, though, and Crew is still putting up the fights. It will be Suka also on the lurk right now. They do find Fishio on site, but it's 2v1. Damage has been done. Marky, Wild Oreo, they're prepared for potential angles, but they don't know where exactly where Suka will come from. It's 1v1, and Wild Oreo is prepped for it. He's strong when he's there by Graffiti. It's another artwork for Oasis to put on the fridge and say, series point.
That was a hard read, too. They already know that he was going to be coming from the flank, because if not, he wouldn't have allowed Fisher to die without trying to rile something out of a trade there if he was on spot, which he was not. And another thing, a big adjustment here that we saw from Oasis was, I think it happened twice where they lost to Jin just jumping out from the window. But Oasis, they're a living organism, man. They have what we call evolution. You know, through the grit and grime of experience as well as stimuli, they change up, they react, and now here comes the push once again on A.
Gotcha, Mr. Mitosis, but now we get the curveball into play. Jin! Jin gets away with his life, albeit barely. And Oasis now hustling even faster. The grind set continues. The work-life balance, where is it? We're gonna get Oasis already into a post-plants. And Fancy United, how do they even come out from heaven by this point? The paranoia is placed. Jin, though, dropping on down just to die. Corpses fall, and it's Fancy United toppling here. Oasis Gaming, they put themselves in a position to be the first ones to the grand finals.
And they're gonna put Fancy in a spot where you mentioned it already. They're gonna have to go through Boom and then Oasis in a single day if they can. We'll see again how that happens for Fancy. But man, the control of Oasis, the command that they've had in this entire series is staggering. And the reads, the adjustments, this team feels perfect in this tournament.
It seems like the creator for Oasis near the tail end, Asurai. Get excited, go faster. As soon as possible, put that spike down. As soon as possible, use the ultimates to figure out what's going on. And that actually is a problem for Fancy United because speed kills is the name of the game. It has to be Jin finding the timing while their opponent's trying to set up. But Oasis is like, okay, cool. Come at us while you're decayed, while you're being haunted by the Fade's ultimate, right? While you're getting peppered by all this other utility. It seems like for Oasis, I honestly was thinking about it all throughout the game, and I mentioned it to you once. It's a adjustment, yes, to put Kelly S back on Ray's duty, but effectively, it's also a counter comp to the way that Fancy United plays.
Absolutely. And again, it really does goes to show that once Fancy tries to go for those bully type of plays, the counter is so much felt there. The nade, the C's, there's so many threats that you saw Fancy, who a team that loves to get close and personal into a site, give themselves a little bit of cover, throw that curveball, have the wingman plant the spike, and then rinse and repeat. Really didn't see any of that, Daks. They had to change their playstyle, which they did up to a certain point. They were risking Jin a lot more. It's a high-risk, high-reward play here for Fancy, and it worked up to a certain point. That's why we see the 7, not the 1, from what we saw in that first Lotus map.
I mean, it was a trial by fire. We called at the start where it was like, see that empty site, that's a trap. And Fancy United sprang so well from it. But eventually, Oasis Gaming, they were able to adjust. Big props also to the 2 initiators. Wild Oreo, you put him on Haven, he just gets activated even more so than before. I feel like it's really his best map in terms of performance. Savvy 8K also going back to one of their old classics with him on the bridge, and he was the assist king of the game. 17 assists to just set everything up for the team, to set things up for Kelly S to actually get in there. It has worked out for Oasis. Our concern was this is a drastic change of composition. Are they ready to play this way? The answer is yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is one of those times where Oasis, it just feels like they could do no wrong. This is the peak Oasis that we have been looking for, and the score shows.
That's right. I think the problem is you just can't let them have these 2 maps in a row. You cannot play Lotus and Haven against Oasis Gaming because you will lose at least one of them from the way that they're playing right now. This is the most picturesque for Oasis. You said yourself, yes, it's the best that they've been playing. It's also because they're on their best battlefields. And as soon as the map draft popped, and we were like, this is Oasis who has a good chance. And they showed it.
Oh, Absolutely. And again, a well-deserved victory here for Oasis. And that's going to lead then into the grand finals. Who will face them, Fancy or Boom? There it is. As you can see, match 13. Oasis is going to be looking pretty a little bit, just waiting, scanning, watching the match that will be happening first and foremost for our first series tomorrow. And then the grand finals. Who will have the shot to get into the main event happening in Thailand later on this month? That is the question that we are nearing, Daks. We're almost at the finish line. One more day.
For Oasis also, isn't that the feeling they've had even ever since VCT? They're in the grand finals, and there's only one slot. Can they do it? Or will Fancy United do the marathon to spoil that fun? Will Boom Esports get the recovery and just make their way to the grand finals into a crown? We shall see. But what an exciting prospect tomorrow is.
Tomorrow it shall be. Anyways, guys, that's it for today. What an incredible show of force from both of the teams that we have just witnessed right now. Only 3 remain. So we'll be seeing how that happens tomorrow. So see you guys then. Ciao and bye.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Shut it down. Roses are red, violets are blue, and so is the ocean too. You've been in my head, been in my bed, but my heart is far from you. I've been trying to swim to you, but it's deeper. My heart can't reach you deeper, but I just can't leave your side. I've been waiting some time for love, but I just can't seem to shake my bad luck off. Shake my bad luck off. Bad luck off. But I shake it off and go deeper. My heart can't reach deeper, but I just can't leave deeper. My heart can't reach deeper, but I just can't leave. You say you done, I say I done, but we still make up in the morning. You say this isn't love, this isn't us, but tell me, what do you call it? See, I've been taking bruises, taking burns, still I choose you with lessons learned. I've been taking bruises, taking burns, still I choose you. The tables turn on our side. I've been waiting some time for love, but I just can't seem to shake my bad luck off. Shake my bad luck off. Bad luck off. But I shake it off and go deeper. My heart can't reach deeper, but I just can't leave deeper. My heart can't reach deeper, but I just can't leave your side.